We are live. Sorry for being late, guys. This is Sound Booth Theater Live. And today is the Cold Reads Part 3 of Chrysalis 5. This will be the last one. This will be the last cold read for this book. And I meant to stream to Instagram, but I kept having trouble with that. Let's see if I can fix that right now. Oh no. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. App, Firebase, SPT staging, no. Could it be under junk mail? No. Yeah, we're gonna have to forget Instagram again. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I'm ready to get started on this thing. Before I do, just wanted to remind you that the very last episode of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel did, in fact, get published on Tuesday of this week. So it's out there. It's ready for you. And you can binge the entire season if you want to, and if you enjoy yourself while listening to um, the go to soundbooththeater.com. Sorry, guys, just dealing with little emails. Go to soundbooththeater.com. You can find episode 1 for free there. The entire season is $20.99 if you want to hit that click buy all button. Hit that click buy all button. What the hell? And of course, go to merch.soundbooththeater.com if you would like a lovely pair of narration socks. These give you narration +1, along with plenty of other stat boosts. If you check the website, you will see what stats those are. Anyway, I'm ready to get started on Chrysalis 5 again for today. So happy to be back on this project. And, you know, it's so easy to get into as well for me. I just, the voice is so optimistic and fun, and the writing is clever. You know, everything is great. I just, I don't know. I'm happy to be back in the ant's shoes. Ant's shoes. That's right. Ant shoes. I'm inventing that soon so that we can sell them to people who have ant pets. Anyway, here goes. Let's see. We're on chapter 31. If it will allow me to search. There we go. Got it. And we're starting off in third person. Disappoint. And let's get some coffee poured for myself. Let's get these headphones behind me. All right. Chapter 31. Let's see here. Got this set up. Oh, that's right. I needed to share. Here's my DAW. Boom. All right. Chapter 31. This is different. Probably shouldn't use that tone. Probably. This is different. Terina Laksham wasn't sure what to think. The more time she spent around that remarkable ant, the more things didn't make sense. When she and Corin accompanied Anthony to the surface, she'd been stunned to find an entire community of humans who not only accepted the ant and his colony, but were rapidly approaching something very close to worship. The moment they'd seen the welcoming party, with their robes and ant-like regalia, she and Corin had shared a long and significant stare. The parallels they could draw between their own cult and the behavior on display. The parallels they could draw between their own cult and the behavior on display were far too easy to draw. It was almost disturbing to see such devout actions taking place in clear daylight, in full view of everyone. They had spent their entire adult lives concealing their beliefs and ideology, only to see these humans being so forward and direct with their burgeoning faith. They had spent their entire adult lives concealing their beliefs and ideology, only to see these humans being so forward and direct with their burgeoning faith. They had spent their entire adult lives concealing their beliefs and ideology, only to see these humans being so forward and direct with their burgeoning faith. It was, in many ways, shocking, but also exciting. They were following the direction of their triad leader, hoping to help cultivate a new ancient, and here was a group of people who responded to Anthony in much the same way that groups all over the world had reacted to the ancients during the cataclysm. To Terina, it was a powerful sign that they were on the right track. Corin was less convinced.
These people are backward hicks from the middle of nowhere. Most have barely ever set foot in the dungeon, let alone faced a monster in combat, he argued over a mind bridge. The moment any powerful monster appeared in front of them, they were bound to admire it.
Admiration is one thing, Terina said. Worship is quite another. Look around you, Corin. There are monsters walking through the streets of a human settlement, and nobody cares. In fact, they're respected, revered, and welcomed. I'm not certain that such a thing has happened in the entire history of Pangera, from the Cataclysm to now.
Corin just shook his head and looked around a little more. It was hard to deny the argument that his triad partner put forward, but he wasn't ready to commit quite as much. These people were just so backward. He found it hard to put any stock at all in their thoughts and beliefs. That didn't mean he saw nothing he could learn from their interactions with the colony, which was why he wasn't bothered by being left behind when Anthony had returned to the dungeon. The two of them had stayed with the mayor, Enid, the previous night and pumped her for information on the history of the town and its interactions with Anthony. The two of them had stayed with the mayor, Enid, the previous night and pumped her for information on the history of the town and its interactions with Anthony. The old woman was tough as any stone and quite cagey. But was unable to conceal her own deep respect and unquestioning faith in her powerful insect ally.
These people are from the back end of the back end, Corin tried again. Frontier farmers with no foundation, no connection to any of the great powers, and no history. Regardless of what they think, is it really that important? You need to remember that Anthony is a special case, a reincarnated human. He's inclined to help these people based on his history, not to mention he's well aware of what the colony would be able to learn from people such as these. He wanted them to trust him.
He and Terina were walking out of the town.
I'm going too fast. I need coffee.
He and Terina were walking out of town, accompanying a group of armed members and ant ropes led by the one-armed priest, Bane, but Terina was frustrated enough by his remarks that she stopped to stare at him. Do you really think it's so easy for a monster to gain the trust of humans, or any sapient race? He didn't have the advantage of the godlike strength the ancients possessed, so how do you think he was able to do it? This has never happened before. Do you understand what that means? By its very definition, this is special. You'd have to be a fool to discount the significance of what these people represent. By the end of her rant, the usually cool as ice Golgari Shaper had more than a little heat in her gaze as she glared at Corin. Despite being the older of the two, Corin threw his hands up in surrender.
All right, cool down. I'm not used to seeing you get this fired up, Terina.
She took a deep breath and felt her ire recede before she continued. In a more even tone.
What's the right color? That's not it. It's too dark. This one? Oh. Nope.
I find your own lack of enthusiasm to be more confusing. There is a growing possibility that Anthony will ascend to become the 20th Ancient. The more I consider it, the harder I find it to remain level-headed.
Everything all
right? Everything all right back there? Everything all right back there? A voice called. Terina and Corin turned to see that their entire group had stalled to wait for them as they discussed silently through mental communication. Corin smiled easily and raised a hand.
Apologies to you all. Apologies to you all. My compatriot and I were merely discussing a few points and didn't want to disturb you. We won't delay you any further. We won't delay. Apologies to you all, my compatriot and I were merely discussing a few points and didn't want to disturb you. We won't delay you any further.
The two Golgari towered over the humans, their stone-covered bodies and heavily built frames meaning that even the largest human appeared frail and childlike.
Sorry guys, just getting texts from everyone at the moment for some reason.
The two Golgari towered over the humans, their stone-covered bodies and heavily built frames meaning that even the largest human appeared frail and childlike when next to them. This meant they acted in a very polite and reserved way around their hosts, not wanting to cause any accidents. "You have come in support of the Great One. That is enough to grant you a great deal of leeway," Bane declared. With his remaining arm, he waved the group forward, and they marched toward...
Hey, Facebook user, thanks for coming, Kimberly. Glad you think so as well. They're talking about the Dungeon Crawler Crawl audio immersion tunnel, by the way. No, Kimberly is. With his remaining arm, he waved the group forward, and they marched toward the towering anthill in the distance. Seeing an opportunity to pick the brains of this key human, Terina strode forward. Seeing an opportunity to pick the brains of this key human, Terina strode forward to speak to him.
Priest Bane, may I have a moment of your time? I have questions regarding your own interactions with the Great One.
The priest nodded, but didn't turn his head toward her, instead remaining focused on the nest in front of him.
I see that you hesitate to refer to them as such. Perhaps you know his name?
She nodded.
Yes, I see.
Oh, what's up, Sam B? What? You know what? Shut it, Sam B. I already acknowledged your ass.
I choose not to use that name, instead referring to them with a title. I choose not to use that name, instead referring to them with a title I bestowed myself. Perhaps it is hubris on my part, but I feel that being so personal wouldn't be right for someone such as myself.
Terina tried to look as if she understood.
I believe I heard, Priest Bane, that you are the first human to come into contact with the Great One. How did that meeting go? The priest laughed and waggled the stump of his arm. He bit my arm off! Terina nearly tripped. Not the most auspicious beginning, I'll happily admit. Oops. Why did that happen? Terina tried to look as... No. Terina nearly tripped. Bane said with a wry smile. I was confused then. I didn't understand what it was that I was witness to. It took some time, but I was eventually able to see the true path that had been laid before my feet. Sounds like you've had quite a range of experiences. Indeed I have. I'd love to hear more. The priest was only too happy to talk, and she listened intently as the anthill grew to loom over them, until they entered one of its many tunnels and plunged beneath the ground. It wasn't long until a representative of the colony approached the group and led them deeper. There was a major campaign underway, and the town would not sit on the sidelines. Chapter 32. Ant Squad Assemble. Nope, this is an Anthony chapter. Chapter 32. Ant Squad Assemble! Who is this ant? Okay, this is another ant. I'm leaving instructions for Annie here. Script. Michelangelant. No! Damn it.
Just adjusting the script, guys. Sorry. I'll be done in just a sec. Oh, crap. Oh, why is this so frustratingly? I just copied this. Come on. Copy. Okay, this is getting frustrating as hell. I think I'm just going to leave it. Okay.
I have sought to capture the eldest in their purest form for many years in various media. Stone was the first material I utilized, crude and rough. It was appropriate for them at the time. Just like the stone I hewed with mandible, claw, and magic. They were rough and unpolished, and creature of brute strength and blah, blah, blah.
All right. So that's all Annie. And back to Anthony. Sorry about that, guys.
The more time passes, the greater the chance of things going wrong. To that end, it was decided to strike against the city as quickly as possible. The council left me out of the logistics, and I'm very glad they did. I think we can all acknowledge that isn't where my strengths lie. Instead, I gathered up my pets and put us to...
I'm going to turn this a little bit.
Instead, I gathered up my pets and put us to practice. Instead, I gathered up my pets and put us to practicing our skills as we waited for the human contingent to... Instead, I gathered up my pets and put us to practicing our skills as we waited for the human contingent to join us. That the people of the town were so willing to risk their lives and limbs... That the people of the town were so willing to risk their lives and limbs in this way was more than a little surprising to me, but what the heck? I'll take it! We don't intend to use them in a combat role. The ants are far better equipped for that, but we hope they can talk down our opposite... We don't intend to use them in a combat role. The ants are far better equipped for that, but we hope they can talk down our opposition. People who think they have to win or die and get eaten are likely to fight very hard indeed. If instead we can have a person explain to the people of the city that they won't be consumed nor killed, then perhaps they'll stand down and we can prevent as much death as possible. To both sides, that is. I'm pretty confident the colony would exterminate every man, woman and child in that city, but where would that leave us? If word ever got out, every empire, kingdom, mercenary and farmer with a sharp pitchfork would travel from all over the world to exterminate us. Perhaps that might happen even if we spare them, but I'll take a chance at life over a guarantee of death any day of the week. We need more time to get stronger. Eventually, everyone is going to want to come for us. I know that. On Pangera, we are the equivalent... On Pangera, we are the equivalent of thousands and thousands of crawling bags of gold. The only way we can survive is if we are more trouble to profit from than it's worth bothering with, which translates to strength. More high-level ants, more ants in general. It's a straightforward formula that only needs time to come to fruition. As I grind away with several mines at my elemental skills, Tiny punches at the air, Chrysalis practices shadow magic, and Nvidia makes barriers for Tiny to smash. Also, try to go back over the plan. The colony is going to go all out for this one. A full 10,000 ants are being assembled for the assault. Soldiers, scouts, mages, core shapers, medics, generals, the whole shebang. I think every single Tier 4 member is being called in. From what I gather, this means that aside from the necessary guard presence in the nests, along with the casts who don't operate on the field of battle, the colony will have next to no members anywhere in the dungeon. Naturally, there will be scouts out and about, as well as a few patrols, but for the most part, we are going all in against this city. We should win handily. No, scratch that. We will win easily. All resistance crushed, and the unconditional surrender of the city will be offered in less than an hour. We go in, find any gates, smash them, and work out what to do after that. I need to focus on my own job, which is to subdue any elites that we come across. With my 3 pets, I make up the most...
Dungeon Lord will have cold reads, do not worry.
With my 3 pets, I make up the most compact fighting force the colony has at its disposal, the only thing we can bring to bear against the truly strong. The Council, not to mention the rest of the ants, are totally willing to bring down powerhouses through sheer, exhausting weight of numbers, but I refuse. The loss of life would be obscene, as it is in nature when ants take on those creatures greater and... The loss of life would be obscene, as it is in nature when ants take on those creatures greater and more powerful than themselves. I suppose I'm greedy. It's not enough to win. I want to win and lose as few family members as possible. Thinking these sorts of thoughts, I while away a few hours until the humans arrive, along with Terina and Corin. Hey there, gang! I reach out to them. How was the trip?
I greet you, O Great One. We are here to serve and pledge ourselves to illuminating your glory. I greet you, O Great One. We are here to serve and pledge ourselves to illuminating your glory.
Before they can reply, Bane leaps forward and prostrates himself in one smooth motion. There's no way he did that first try. He must have practiced. The rest of the ant robes follow suit and are kneeling in the dirt in a flash, declaring their joy and singing praise. With a weary sigh, I extend another mind bridge out to the one-armed priest. How are you, Bane? I'm a little surprised.
Your voice fills me with joy, Great One. I cannot express... Loud!
This idiot. He's nothing but helpful, but he really gets carried away with the Great One business. For a moment, I consider attempting to redirect his devotion to the Queen, but I decide against it. Although far more deserving of these powerful emotions, I wouldn't want to burden her unnecessarily. It's nice to see you as well, Bane. Just keep it down, man. I was going to say I'm surprised Enid let you lead the procession down here.
It
was believed that for this particular task, sincerity of feeling and honest dedication were the most important traits to make us more compelling witnesses for the colony. For that reason, I was asked to bring my most devoted followers to assist. His mental voice has become much more reasonable, but a literal flood of tears is pouring out of his eyes as he stares at me with frantic joy plastered on his face. It's freaking creepy. Still, I can tolerate it. He and his people are only here to help, at significant risk to themselves. With some difficulty, I create a branching mind bridge and connect it to all of the humans who are present, so I can speak to them all at once. I welcome you and thank you for volunteering. It is my hope that your participation will save many lives, both ant and otherwise. For your bravery and dedication, I thank you. I dip my head and antennae in a short bow/nod. Toward them, and by the time I bring my head back up, each and every one of them is flooding the tunnel with their tears. Next chapter. We are moving on through. I'm back to third person, goddammit. Chapter 33. Attack on Rilee, Part 1. The dungeon city of Rilee is relatively young in city terms, barely older than the expansionist kingdoms that took root above it, formed by a collective of experienced and high-level delvers. The city benefited from the protection and knowledge of these individuals, allowing it to prosper relatively quickly. Positioned in a relatively barren section of the dungeon's first stratum, the city doesn't provide much in terms of resources or prime delving ground, but it does offer something much harder to come across: independence. Unbound from any greater authority and capable of standing its ground against the Mercenary Union, the city-state of Rilee offers a haven to those who wish to delve without being tied up in string. Naturally, this means trading away richer hunting grounds for the frontier, but to a small yet vocal portion of delvers, the trade-off is more than worth it. So, Rilee has remained quietly prosperous for hundreds of years. Administered by a ruling council of inherited seats controlled by the descendants of the founders, the city has relied on its own guard and a deployment of Abyssal Legion to defend itself from the Administered by a ruling council of inherited seats controlled by the descendants of the founders, the city has relied on its own guard and a deployment of Abyssal Legion to defend itself from the depredations of the dungeon. Though, really, what could possibly harm such a city in the first stratum? Excerpt from Berenger's Guide to the Frontier, Adventures in the Fringe. Wallace Danton ground his teeth on a fresh wedge of dungeon chew. Wallace Danton ground his teeth on a fresh wedge of dungeon chew, pausing only to lean over and spit as he stared at the warning crystal array in front of him. Wallace Danton ground his teeth on a fresh wedge of dungeon chew, pausing only to lean over and spit as he stared at the warning crystal array in front of him. As he stared at the warning crystal array in front of him. Stood by his side, his deputy rolled her eyes and took a discreet step away from the man. Chew was a common enough vice in Rilee, useful as a stimulant with slight numbing properties, but by the path did the stuff stink.
No. 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 No.
Captain, she warned.
No.
Regulations?
I write the damn regulations, yes?
No. Okay. Real quick. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a prop.
No. No. I write the damn regulations, yes?
Let's see how that sounds.
That's way too much. For anyone who's just listening, I'm stuffing a paper towel in my mouth to simulate the chew.
Alright, let's try this one then. Let's try this one then. No. 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 I write the damn regulations, yes?
It's still too much. smaller piece more to the front of the lips. Dirk gently suggests, right here? Right here? Like this? It's like supposed to be under, kind of? Like down here? Yeah, maybe like this, right? No. No. I write the damn regulations, Yaz. I write the damn regulations, Yaz. Lieutenant Yasmin, could we perhaps focus on something a little more important than my personal habits, like our jobs? It just doesn't feel right. Why would so many trigger so close together? All shadow monsters. Still no word from the delving parties outside the city? It's strange. Fool girl. Fool girl. You're tired and cranky because I made you stay here all night instead of going home and getting rest. It's only reasonable. Focus, and I'll explain. We had this post, this, and this, all detect monsters. We had this post, this, and this, all detect monsters within an hour of each other. All of them shadow monsters, second stratum dwellers. Right. All of them shadow monsters, second stratum dwellers. Right. If there's enough second stratum beasties out there that they hit each of these points near simultaneously, if there's enough second stratum beasts out there that they hit each of these points near simultaneously, there must be a huge contingent of them that have risen up to this layer. They'd have reported it immediately. That's why I don't think it fits. That's why I don't think it fits. There we go. Yeah, I had to make it real gross. Okay. We're under attack! Prepare to fall back to the city! Get your asses back to the city! And somebody confirm a damn visual! Yasmin! Yasmin? Yes? Focus, idiot!
Get those damn soldiers back to the gates and then lock them! You hear me? Get to it! What the hell are you? What could you possibly be?
All right, cool. Okay.
The council will be shocked to hear of it.
There we go.
Yasmin.
Excuse me.
Yasmin just sighed. Yasmin just sighed, adjusted her glasses, and checked her clipboard. The captain had been spooked by the multiple alarms that had been tripped in the last... The captain had been spooked by the multiple alarms that had been tripped in the last 2 days, and had ordered every guardsman to be in a heightened state of alert. She didn't think the man had slept in 24 hours, hence the copious amounts of chew he kept cramming in his maw. Even she felt he was overreacting. Monsters approached the outer tunnels all the time. Though she had to admit the old man had good instincts. He'd been captain of the Rilee Guard for over 20 years at this point, and a powerful delver before that. If anyone knew the dungeon like the back of their hand, it was him. Wallace muttered as he stared at the array. Here in the central guard tower, they were situated almost in the center of the city, next to the council chambers themselves. Ever since the alarms had triggered, Wallace and Yasmin had been ensconced. Ever since the alarms had triggered, Wallace and Yasmin had been ensconced deep in the tower, in constant contact with the crystal array that connected to each and every outpost that guarded the entrances to the dungeon. By connecting to a similar enchanted detection device in each outpost, the command array before them would light up to show the location of any monster that encroached within the city's detection radius the instant they did so. On the wall behind them, communication spells powered by monster cores gave them real-time communication with every guard on the perimeter and every guard station within the city itself. It was a massively expensive investment that many had called unnecessary, but the measures had proven invaluable ever since the work had been completed. It was a massively expensive investment that many had called unnecessary, but the measures had proven invaluable ever since the work had been completed. The ability to instantly respond to any possible incursion was worth so much to the defense of the city. He asked Yasmin without turning around. Not since you last asked 20 minutes ago, she said. No, it isn't, she insisted. There are only 5 groups delving right now, and all of them planned to delve for at least a month. 2 days of no contact is hardly unusual. The old man stubbornly shook his head. He muttered, not tearing his eyes from the array. Her temper flared. If I'm so wrong, why don't you deign to explain why? She immediately regretted her actions and snapped out a salute to her superior officer. I'm sorry, Captain. I don't know what came over me. He didn't bother to look up. He pointed to the outer ring of crystals that represented the outermost guard posts. Damn it. He pointed to the outer ring of crystals that represented the outermost... He pointed to the outer ring of crystals that represented the outermost guard posts. That's right. Gotta do it again. Beasties. He says beasties. He says beasties. If there's enough second stratum beasties out there that they hit each other of... If there's enough second stratum beasties out there that they hit each of these points near simultaneously, there must be a huge contingent of them that haven't risen up to this layer. No. If there's enough second stratum beasties out there that they hit each of these points near simultaneously, there must be a huge contingent of them that have risen up to this layer. She thought for a moment. If our delvers had run into anything like that...
they'd have reported it immediately.
He confirmed, still staring at the crystals. He spat to the side, then stuffed another... He spat to the side, then stuffed another wedge of chew into his mouth. Suddenly, one of the crystals on the array lit up and Wallace stood quickly, his chair clattering over behind him as he leaned in. A tiny ball of red light representing a single monster flared to life as it approached the guard station to the west of the city. "What do you think it is?" Yasmin asked. Yasmin asked. Wallace hissed, his eyes intent. Damn it. Wallace hissed, his eyes intent. Flash, 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 flash! In the span of a second, 4 more lights burst to light, and Wallace slammed a hand down on the array. Immediately, a sphere was projected above the array, a model of Rilee and its surroundings. In the time it took his eyes to focus on the projection, each and every array crystal was lit. Within the projected sphere, red lights began to appear by the dozen as communications began to crackle through the arrays behind him. We're just going to use the thought tracks here. Captain, got a lot of contacts within the perimeter.
Captain, something in the tunnels. I can hear them coming. Orders! Monsters on the approach! They're in the walls! They're in the walls!
Fucking aliens. Yasmin's eyes widened in horror, unmoving at what was unfolding before her. This many contacts, so close together. Is this a wave? Wallace roared.
What? Confirm? Captain, confirm!
Wallace turned to bellow directly to the wall.
I don't see anything, Captain.
The captain turned to his second-in-command to find her staring in a daze at the projection. Damn it. The captain turned to his second-in-command to find her staring in a daze at the projection. He shoved her roughly in the arm until she turned to look at him, her eyes vacant. He turned her around and pushed her toward the audio arrays before he spun back to the projection. There were hundreds of small glowing points of red light now, and more appeared every second in every direction, all moving toward the city. He muttered. The guards manning the outer defenses fell back, abandoning their posts and equipment as they sprinted to safety. One by one, the guard stations went silent until the monsters approached. That's when Wallace heard it. Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. From every array, the same sound rattled out 1,000 times over a few seconds. From every array, the same sound rattled out 1,000 times over a few seconds. It wasn't the sound of a foot or a boot. Fuck. From every array, the same sound rattled out 1,000 times over a few seconds. It wasn't the sound of a foot or a boot, but something harder and sharper, stabbing against the stone as it gripped. Wallace only had to think for a second to determine what kind of monster it could be. That's when he knew they were dead. That's a chapter. Chapter 34. Attack on Rilee, Part 2. The captain of the Rilee Guard knew, deep in his gut, that he was dead, that everyone around him was dead. He felt as if his blood had slowed to a crawl in his veins as he stared at the projection, more red lights blooming to life each second. There were thousands of them, because of course there were. In that moment, he felt as if two divergent paths lay before him. He could surrender to the inevitable death that awaited him and every person living in the city, lay down and give in, or he could fight and take as many of the filthy monsters down with him as he could. It didn't seem like much of a choice at all to Wallace.
Yasmin! Yas! Get over here! What's been happening? Right. I want everyone to abandon the gates and fall back to the city centre. Issue an evacuation order to the populace. Everyone into the city centre. Collapse the buildings in a 100-metre radius around. Issue an evacuation order to the populace. Everyone into the city centre. Collapse the buildings in a 100-metre radius beyond the square. Then I want... They're tunnelling through the rock! The walls are useless. They're just going to go round them. They're tunnelling up from underneath as we speak. They're tunnelling up. They're tunnelling up from underneath us as we speak. It would be if they were human. It would be if they were human. But they bloody well aren't. Now listen and close. But they bloody well aren't. Now listen close and keep your bloody mouth shut, all right? I will be soon. I will be soon. Now shut up and listen. I'm going to tell you something, and it's very important you don't spread this round. The last thing we want is a panic, all right? Do you understand? Good. We're under attack by ants. This is an ant horde. There's thousands of them, all right. Thousands. Not a single one below tier 3. I know. Shut up. The gates are going to be useless. They'll tunnel around and come at our people from behind. The only way we have a chance is if we gather in the square and use those walls to hold them off. All right? Breathe, Yaz. Just breathe. We can make it, but we have to act fast. I need you to hold it together and help get the orders out. Otherwise, we're finished. They want us to what?
Oh, that's someone else. Okay. His second in command, a quaver of panic running just beneath the surface. His second in command, a quaver of panic running just beneath the surface, rushed back to his side, and he stepped in front of the display before he turned to speak to her. He asked. He could hear the rumbling and clatter of more guardsmen piling into the headquarters. Responding to the emergency summons that was automatically sent out once the alarms were tripped.
Well,
Yasmin steadied herself.
I've done as you asked. All of the outer guardsmen are retreating to the gates, which are being closed and reinforced. The reserves have been summoned, and the city has been notified of an attack.
Sorry, I just thought of something and I need to check on it. Okay.
Wallace said. Wallace said.
Have you gone mad?
Yasmin demanded, aghast.
Are you abandoning the city? You'll kill us all! That's impossible. What about the enchantments, the reinforced rock? It's absurdly hard to break through the stone.
He ground out. He reached out and grabbed her by the shoulder. He reached out and grabbed her by the shoulder, his old calloused hand digging painfully into her flesh. She looked at him and noticed for the first time the faint glint of something mad in his eyes. Something other.
Are you all right, Captain?
She whispered.
I think so, Captain.
He muttered the words low, forcing her to lean closer to him. He could see the moment she comprehended him as her face drained of blood and she began to shake. He gripped her tighter and tried to give her the strength to hold on. He held her eyes as she tried to break in, but he refused to let her. He held her eyes as she tried to break in, but he refused to allow her to panic. Used to dealing with bar scuffles and the rare monster wave, she wasn't equipped to handle this, but she gathered her courage and nodded. She would do her best for the city of her birth. They wouldn't die today. Seeing the firming determination in her eyes, Wallace released her to her duty. Seeing the firming determination in her eyes, Wallace released her to her duty. Seeing the firming determination in her eyes, Wallace released her to her duty. He'd had to lie to her to keep her steady. Even when they gathered in the square, the ants would tunnel under the walls and come at them from beneath, but hopefully they'd be able to swat a few of the filthy bugs as they approached. It was the best they could hope for. Not even aware of the smile that twisted his face, Wallace rushed out to give his orders. Not far away. Not far away,
They want us to what?
Abandon the gate. Orders came straight from Wallace.
Like hell we are, Ernest.
I'm going to say Ernie's. Ernest? Anyone ever seen that name before? E-R-N-E-S. I'm going to say Ernie's.
Ernie's yelled back through the communication crystal.
Oh.
Has that fool turned traitor?
The voice on the other side of the enchanted gem grew frustrated at his intransigence.
Oh, no. Okay. We are, in his POV, she is the one we should be hearing through the crystal.
If you think the captain has betrayed the city, you're drunk. Get your men to the square and follow orders. This is an attack, not a Sunday dance.
Ernie's Bally slammed his fist onto the expensive array, cracking it right down the middle. He'd be damned if he was going to abandon his post during an invasion, regardless of what his orders were. When it was all said and done, he'd be commended for holding his ground whilst Wallace... When it was all said and done, he'd be commended for holding his ground whilst Wallace was dragged through the mud for his cowardice.
What are our orders, Ernest?
One of his men called.
We hold the line. Whoever is stupid enough to take this city is going to get a taste of our steel.
Confidence surging, he rushed out of the guardhouse attached to the west gate and helped to finish closing and sealing it. A massive construction of enchanted metal and stone, the gates had held off hordes of monsters during the recent wave, and Ernest doubted there was any chance they would fail now.
Prepare the firing ports! Majors at the ready! Archers behind! Shields up!
He roared. There were more than 50 guards manning the gate, and they leapt to their tasks like a well-oiled machine. As their major, his heart swelled with pride as he rushed to join them. A full 15 meters high, the back of the gate was lined with 3 tiers of viewing ports accessed. A full 15 meters high, the back of the gate was lined with 3 tiers of viewing ports accessed by ramps that joined across the center. At his command, the guards flew up the ladders and took their positions, ready to throw open the hatches built into the gate and annihilate whatever they saw on the other side.
Steady, men!
Ernest urged them.
When I give the command, unleash hellfire!
Heart pounding in his chest, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Heart pounding in his chest, he took a deep breath to calm himself. His reputation would be made by what he did here today. This was going to be the defining moment of his life. He was ready. It was time. He needed to see what was happening, so he threw open his own hatch. He needed to see what was happening, so he threw open his own hatch and courageously leant it. He needed to see what was happening, so he threw open his own hatch and courageously leant over to look, exposing his head to enemy fire. For a brief second, he gained vision of the tunnel approach to the gate. For a brief second, he gained vision of the tunnel approach. For a brief second, he gained vision of the tunnel approach to the gate before he flicked his head back out of the way and slammed. For a brief second, he gained vision of the tunnel approach to the gate before he flicked his head back out of the way and slammed the hatch shut.
"Well, how is it, sir?"
the guard next to him asked. Ernie's frowned. He wasn't sure exactly what he'd just seen. He'd expected onrushing soldiers, siege weapons, or something.
I need another look."
He muttered and performed the action again. Open, peek, slam. Did that person have antennae on his head? Then a voice called out from beyond the gate.
"Please surrender to the colony, and you'll be spared. Weapons down would be very appreciated. There isn't much time, so I'd do it fast."
It doesn't sound like him.
"Please surrender to the colony, and you'll be spared. Weapons down would be very appreciated. There isn't much time, so I'd do it fast."
A murmur of confusion arose from the guards on the gate as they tried to unpack exactly what that meant.
"Major, what the heck?
What the heck is that? Ernie shook his head, still confused.
I think it was a person asking for our surrender."
Anger built inside him once more.
"Majors, prepare to fire the tunnel on my mark."
Asking for him to surrender? Idiocy. He refused to bend to Wallace, and he wasn't about to lie down for a single invader. He refused to bend to Wallace, and he wasn't about to lie down for a single invader. They'd roast this fool to send a message. Regardless of what happened at every other gate, the West Gate would stand firm.
3, 2, 1. Boom!
Before he could say the final word, the stone exploded outward on both sides of the gate. A shower of rock and dust flew into the air, but even that couldn't obscure the two gigantic ants that burst out of the wall. Clack! Clack! Jagged and barbed mandibles opened and shut with tremendous force, unleashing an ear-splitting crack into the air. Ernie's could only stare in horror as the two titans turned toward the guardsmen and women clinging to the back of the gate, preparing to fire on the person outside. Ernie's could only stare in horror as the two titans turned toward the guardsmen and women clinging to the back of the gate, preparing to fire on the person outside. Before they could even begin to process what was happening, a flood of insects poured through the tunnel openings, climbing up the walls and throwing themselves onto the guards. Ernie's couldn't even scream before an ant was upon him, throwing itself forward and latching its mandibles around his neck. Hey, good to see you, Rune and Tenshi. All right, that's the end of a chapter. Chapter 35. Attack on Rilee, Part 3. From what I understand, we expected the gates to be abandoned at this point, so I'm more than a little shocked to find this one fully manned. Not that it did them much good, as it turned out. Surely by now the city knows exactly what is attacking them. What did they really expect gates to do? We're ants! Never happier than when we're digging. I should also say that the generals have got together and created specialised digging teams. Let's get some water in here, huh? I should also say that the generals have got together and created specialised digging teams. Only a colony of ants would have the resources and spare bodies to be able to dedicate individuals to such a niche task as breaking through hardened and magically reinforced stone. But here we are. Turns out that when mages whose sole pursuit is breaking down earth enchantments are paired with huge soldiers that have dedicated every Turns out that when mages whose sole pursuit is breaking down earth enchantments are paired with huge soldiers that have dedicated, what the fuck? Turns out that when mages whose sole pursuit is breaking down earth enchantments are paired with huge soldiers that have dedicated every ounce of biomass and evolutionary energy to ripping through stone with their mandibles, you can really dig a tunnel. As it happens, you dig the heck out of a tunnel, regardless of what people have done to try and prevent you from doing just that. 10 of these teams went to work, and I was able to burst out of the wall in suitably dramatic fashion with hardly a wait. The Queen came out at just the same time, and I have to say, the poor defenders looked as though they fairly browned their trousers. In less than 10 seconds, they were overwhelmed. In less than 10 seconds, they were overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, multiple ants gripping them by their limbs and pinching their necks at just the right pressure. At that point, they became very still indeed. When Tiny and Nvidia leapt up, Chrysalis is still with me, they became practically statues. Well, that went fairly smoothly, I observed to the Queen. She dips her antennae, but I can tell she's anxious, looking for the next fight. We have done well so far, child, but we must advance, if the others reach the city before us. She's worried they'll take the brunt of the return fire when she and I should be absorbing it instead. Good old mother, always thinking of her children. Not to worry, they know to hold back and give us a little time to get ahead of them. Let's get this gate down and then we can move on. Come on. Working together, the two of us approach the massive gate, nearly as impressive as our nest gates, and get to work opening it. Since we're on the inside, there's no need to try and tear the thing down. We just leverage the bar off its mount and bam! Gates open. With that job done, we're able to welcome Bane within the city without much fanfare. A decision was made that we ants wouldn't communicate with the defenders, since the idea of intelligent ants was more likely to terrify them than the thought. A decision was made that we ants wouldn't communicate with the defenders, since the idea of intelligent ants was more likely to terrify them than the thought of a human invader with a horde of ants under their control. Once he's inside, we task Bane with trying to sound like he's in charge. Seriously, that's not hard for the priest, and getting information out of our captured defenders. I didn't think they'd talk much, but I was genuinely surprised at how much they were willing to cough up in a short amount of time. I suppose having 2 or 3 monsters with their mandibles on you is rather persuasive. The humans also seem rather shocked that they aren't dead, which adds another element to their mental distress. With our tasks done, the Queen and I prepare to run ahead of the rest of the invasion and get closer to the city. At the moment, we're still in a well-shaped tunnel, but I can see it opens up roughly 100 meters ahead. After all the fuss, I'm quite keen to see what this city looks like. Discounting the nest, this will be the first major dungeon construction. Discounting the nest, this will be the first major dungeon construction I'll have laid my mini-lensed eyes on. Despite the fact I'm ostensibly invading the place, I feel quite like a tourist. All right then, Mother. Ready to charge forward recklessly and endanger ourselves? Thwack! That is not what we are doing, she reprimands me firmly. That is not what we are doing. We are attempting to focus attention on ourselves as we are in the best position to absorb danger. God damn it. We are attempting to focus attention on ourselves as we are in the best position to absorb danger. I rub my head and refrain from pointing out that it's basically the same thing. Mother has a look in her eyes as if she knows what I'm thinking, and one of her antennae twitches irritably. Right then, off we go. Come on, Tiny. Keep up, Nvidia, I say, and scurry off. Mother is in a grumpy mood. She must be stressed, what with all this invasion stuff going on. For now, it's best to avoid giving her opportunities to punish me too extensively. At the East Gate. How much longer do you anticipate the eldest will need before they move into the city itself? Sloane asked. Give them at least another 5 minutes. I know we estimated 10 minutes of eldest delay, but I think we can afford a bit more buffer time, considering the gate abandonment has gone according to plan, Victor suggested. Agreed. Do you think the Queen will be all right? Don't start this again, Victor. We've done all that we can on that front. I'm just worried. We're all worried. The two generals cleansed their antennae vigorously to calm themselves before deflating. It was true. They'd done all they could to ensure their mother would be safe. The extra measures put in place to protect the eldest. The extra measures put in place to protect the eldest were, so far, working well. The extra measures put in place to protect the eldest were, so far, working well, though Advant was adamant they suspected something. At least everything is going to plan so far, Victor said. The next part was always going to be the major challenge, Sloane agreed. Overcoming stone and dirt isn't a challenge. Getting what we need from this city without having to destroy the inhabitants and throw our siblings' lives away was the challenging part. That's the sort of thing we rely on the eldest for. Would you two stuffy generals get to doing something useful? I swear, the laziest cast of the lot. All you do is stand around, provide auras, and think a lot.
Hey, what's up, false positron? Thanks for coming. Burke, like most scouts, never hesitated to needle the generals. In truth, though they were the most physically fragile of all the soldier caste evolutions, the generals still put themselves on the front line and fought. Rather than armchair planners, the generals were more like hardened squad leaders in the forces of the colony.
We decided to wait an extra 5 minutes, Sloane informed her sister. Eldest allowance? Indeed. In the distance, the ants could feel a powerful vibration shake the air as it rattled against the fine hairs of their antennae. If they had to hazard a guess, they'd say that a large building or wall had collapsed, possibly as a monster of considerable size had smashed into it. In that moment, they each considered whether the Queen or the eldest were responsible for this destruction. In that moment, they each considered whether the Queen or the eldest were responsible for this destruction. Chapter 36. Attack on Rilee, Part 4. Yasmin had seen the captain focused on his work. During the more intense moments of the last wave, he'd been relentless in his energy and application. But this time, something was different. Gone was the calm, determined figure she was accustomed to, replaced by a beast with so much nervous energy he almost vibrated in place. He roared and shouted through the communication arrays and at anyone who happened to cross his path. He bullied and intimidated everyone who so much as queried a word that came out of his mouth. She could have accepted that, perhaps, considering the situation they were in, especially knowing what he'd told her. But the wild look in his eye, coupled with the rictus grin plastered on his face, unnerved her to no end. Wanting to escape, she'd offered to act as a liaison and assist the citizens falling back to the square. There was panic in the streets by the time she arrived. The news of the gates being abandoned had spread like wildfire, causing an uproar that threatened to turn an orderly retreat into a riot. Yasmin was forced to intervene multiple times in her first few minutes outside to prevent altercations between city folks and the guards trying to protect them.
Get to the square! Take nothing with you but what you can carry. Move with all haste! Volunteers to the armory!
The crush in the streets was unbearable. Only her superior physical stats due to her class allowed her to press through the crowds. On every corner, a guardsman or volunteer hollered out. Orders at the top of their lungs while teams went door to door. There wasn't enough time to ensure everyone obeyed the command. Anyone who chose to stay in their homes would be abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the ravenous ants. She shivered as she considered the fate that awaited those who didn't listen, a fate she couldn't even warn them about. It was only a matter of time before the true nature of this invasion was revealed, but every second between now and then allowed them to save precious lives. Yasmin had no doubt that the instant the citizens realized they were being invaded by ants, a mad panic would descend. As she neared the market on Dionys Street, excuse me. Oh, thank you for the ant emotes. Right. As she neared the market on Dionys Street, she found the guard. As she neared the market on Dionys Street, she found the guard out in force, funneling people toward the square and the inner wall to be found there. As she neared the market on Dionys Street, she found the guard out in force, funneling people toward the square and the inner wall to be found there. She rushed forward, flashing the insignia on her uniform the moment she arrived.
Lieutenant Yasmin.
Sergeant Lissa saluted hurriedly.
Are there new orders?
At the moment,
we continue to get as many people into the square as we can,
Yaz said. Lissa nodded grimly before she turned back to the hundreds of terrified people rushing past.
Does the captain really think all of these people are going to fit? The town hall doesn't have enough room for this, surely. Are they planning to activate the gates? I don't know,
Yasmin said softly. We don't control the gates, the Council does. It's possible they're reaching out for aid, or for somewhere to receive us, but we haven't heard from them. Useless bastards, the sergeant spat. If their ancestors could see what their blood has come to. Yasmin swallowed her agreement. There was little point ragging on their rulers now. I'll head upstairs. She indicated Mary's Fine Potions and Wares, an alchemist shop with an upstairs residence. See if I can get a better view. Right you are, Lieutenant. Right you are, Lieutenant. Inside the market was mayhem as the merchants tried to load their wares into carts to bring with them or were zealously. Inside the market was mayhem as the merchants tried to load their wares into carts to bring with them or Inside the market was mayhem as the merchants tried to load their wares into carts to bring with them or were zealously defending their cash boxes. Yasmin had no time for any of them, ignoring their indignant screams as she rushed into Mary's and kicked down the door blocking the stairs. Good thing the fussy old man wasn't home, otherwise he'd have pitched a fit. She leapt up 4 stairs at a time and burst onto the westward-facing balcony just in time to see something she would never forget. From the west gate entrance crept an enormous ant, taller than a person and long. Its mandibles were barbed and cruel, but its carapace glittered with the most beautiful light. An earthy red colour with a rear segment of pure black. The creature poised at the gateway and gazed down on the city from above like a pitiless conqueror. It remained eerily still and made not a sound for a handful of breaths as Yasmin felt a scream constrict her throat. What was this creature? Tier 4? 5? An ant? There were thousands more of them out there. If there were more like this one, what sort of chance did they have? Clack! Even from hundreds of meters away, she clearly heard the sound. The great monster had opened those horrific jaws wide and slammed them shut with unspeakable force. The piercing sound tore through the din of the city with ease. From where she stood, Yasmin could see the people in the streets turn and look, start pointing as they discovered where the noise was coming from. A terrified hush descended on Rilee as that monster gazed down on them. A terrified rush descended on Rilee as that monster gazed down on them, not an ounce of mercy reflected in its frame. When it finally moved, it was slow, one leg at a time, stalking down the ramp that led to the city itself. From the tunnel behind it emerged an enormous, dark ape that crackled with electricity, another smaller shape on its back. As the creature began to move amongst the buildings, another ant emerged from the tunnel, even larger than the first. This one didn't hesitate, moving forward immediately, clearing the way for what came next. Out of the tunnel came an explosion of monstrous ants, dozens, all of them at once. Out of the tunnel came an explosion of monstrous ants, dozens of them at once, crawling over every available space of the entrance. They ran up the walls toward the ceiling, fanning out in all directions as more and more poured out each second. If anything, the flow increased. With each heartbeat until the area around the entrance was carpeted in a living wave of giant insects. As if a spell were broken, a great cry rose from the people of Rilee, a unified scream of pure terror that emanated from thousands of throats. In an instant, the semi-orderly evacuation was over, and the crowd transformed into a frantic mob. Rather than watch her own people shove and crush each other, Yasmin reached up with shaking hands to grip the eave above her head and pull herself onto the roof. Her stomach churned, and she struggled to contain her bile as she righted her balance and looked around. From the east, the north, and south, the scene was repeated. The inner sanctuary of Rilee had been punctured so easily by these creatures, and now they came The inner sanctuary of Rilee had been punctured so easily by these creatures, and now they came in a great flood to wash the city away. She fell to her knees, no longer able to stand. For a reason she couldn't explain, she turned back to gaze at the first ant to enter, and found herself staring at something new. 1,000 barbed tentacles rose from the ant's back, attached to a central trunk that housed 3 separate gaping maws of pure darkness. Tears beginning to roll down her face, Yasmin watched as each of those mouths opened impossibly wide, paused, then screamed a piercing wail that blew through every mortal soul that heard it and rattled their minds like weather vanes. That sound seeped through their ears and into their brains, sinking into a deeper place, a primal place of fear and terror that every child knows, and adults wish they could forget. For Minnie, the madness that followed was almost a relief.
I love how well he describes all this. Rhino Z really is a pretty damn good writer. All right, guys, I have to take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah, see you in just a minute, in just a little bit. All right, back at it. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Good to see you again. Hope your day is going well. And hope you guys remember that the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel, it has been completed. And if you've been waiting to listen to it until it was finished, until you could binge the whole season, it's there now. $20.99 to buy the whole season at once. First episode is free if you've never heard it before. Soundbooththeater.com. Find it there. And buy our narration socks. Merch.soundbooththeater.com. It'll make you better at narrating.
Chapter 37. Attack on Rilee, Part 5. This place is amazing. I mean, wow! Ingenuity and all that good stuff is on display in copious amounts. The city itself is nestled inside a gigantic egg-shaped cavern with some sort of humongous crystal light source on the ceiling. What the heck is that thing? Are they powering it with cores? Holy heck, that must suck up a lot of mana.
Dirk gently asks, when are books 2 and 3 of the DCC tunnel coming? So, we're pretty sure we're going to do it. We just, we need to get over a hump right now basically we need some more people downloading season 1 to justify making sure that we can do a season 2. But what's interesting is season 2 will consist of both books 2 and 3 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Basically what we want to do is we want to give you a season that's twice as long as the first one. Excuse me. And that way, when we do book 4, for example, 5 and 6, those would all be twice the size of season 1 anyway, because they're so much bigger. So we want to get used to that. So books 2 and 3, we're going to squash together for season 2. But if we do end up producing it, it's going to have to release next year, because this time, we still didn't give ourselves enough lead time, and we were kind of rushing to get episodes done by the end of it so that we could release them in time. So, season 2 will be books 2 and 3, and that's coming in theory, if we get enough support and we're going to jump onto the next Kickstarter that Matt does, right? Really get more hype behind this thing. But if it does happen, it's gonna release in 2025. Hopefully early in 2025. But we love this project so much, we want it to be perfect, and that means more lead time. What's up, Alex38? Thanks for coming. Good to see you.
My entrance comes out about halfway up the side of the egg, and from that point down, the buildings begin to appear, built right into the walls of the cavern itself. All sorts of impressive stone constructions poke out, All sorts of impressive stone constructions poke out, fort-like citadels and graceful mansions gradually giving way to more humble living spaces and markets. I wonder how they find the vertical living here on this... I wonder how they find the vertical living here on the side of the cavern. Must be a little awkward getting up and down. I hope for their sake there was something other than stairs to get up here. That would have been painful. I hope for their sake there was something other than stairs to get up here. That would have been painful. The most stunning aspect of the city, and one that I only noticed after The most stunning aspect of the city, and one that I only noticed after entering the main chamber. Chamber? Fuck me. The most stunning aspect of the city, and one that I only noticed after entering the main chamber, is the total lack of fucking dungeon veins. Why can't I say these things? The most stunning aspect of the city, and one that I only noticed after entering the main chamber, is the total lack of dungeon veins. How the heck have they achieved something like this? I've not seen such a thing done before, not even by the Sophos. This secret must be unlocked for the colony. As we expand deeper into the dungeon, this could make our nests invulnerable fortresses during a wave and ensure the safety of the precious brood. If nothing else comes of this raid, then this technique must be uncovered. I don't get so distracted by gawping at everything new around me that I neglect to pay attention to the defenders of the city, such as there are. It appears the citizens are being herded into the city centre. I can see an inner wall there where I assume they hope to make their final stand. There also seems to be a terrific amount of screaming and running going on as my siblings flood into the chamber.
Dirk, that's fucking hilarious. Dirk gently says, I've even emptied my kid's piggy bank to make sure I can donate that little bit more. That's good.
Hey, Chrysalis, what was that scream thing all about? I am letting them know what they are dealing with. It looks like you got quite a strong reaction. Looks like you got quite a strong reaction. Naturally I did, Master. I wanted to ensure they ran away. In accordance with your plans, of course. Suspicious. Not that I have the time to deal with it right now. Come on, Tiny. Let's move up and see if anyone comes to try and deal with us. Stay alert. They may attempt to ambush us from amongst the buildings, so be careful. Attempting to follow my own advice, I stick to the middle of the pleasingly wide roads as I rush down the side of the cavern. Judging by the winch and pulley systems I see about the place, these sections aren't really for walking on, but they suit me just fine. Boom! What the heck, Mother? Rather than follow my example, the Queen simply smashes... the Queen simply smashes through the first building that gets in her way, sending the stone tumbling down and damaging a few more houses on its way. She looks even larger than usual. I assume she's activated her War Queen form. What is it, child? She asks as she continues to barrel forward. If they were planning on lying in wait within the buildings, I'm going to assume they aren't considering it anymore.
Within a nearby building. From the third-story window, Sylvan was able to see the onrushing horde of monsters, led by two truly colossal insects. Oh, nice. Okay.
What do you think, boss? Shall we leg it?
A voice.
Oh, what do you think, boss? Shall we leg it?
A voice asked him nervously. Sylvan sneered, but managed to wipe the expression from his face before he turned back to his nervous compatriots.
Run? Why would we run away when a literal fortune is rushing forward to meet us?
Yeah, that's what I'm most excited for Positron. Doing a live performance. We wouldn't be able to jam the entire first book into a live performance. If you listen to season 1, it's 15 hours. So we would be like performing different songs, maybe a few different scenes. But a live performance, that'd be like an entire music festival worth of performing just for us. And even that's like impossible. Can you imagine a concert going for 15 hours straight, even if you like divide it into 3 days?
There was nervousness and anxiety in the air inside the Mercenary Union of Rilee. That was a smell he knew well, but rising above that fear was a more powerful motivator. Greed. Jessam, do we have any more Union members coming in? He asked.
No, sir. We got about half the membership in here. No, sir. We got about half the membership in here. The others must have headed to the square.
More for the rest of us then. Sylvan chuckled. More for the rest of us then. Sylvan chuckled, and a few others in the room picked up on his energy and laughed along. Glancing around, he could see the rising tension in his fellow mercs' faces. Glancing around, he could see the rising tension in his fellow mercs' faces. It was a familiar scene. One didn't make a living hunting monsters in the dungeon without being familiar with pre-battle jitters. His people just needed a little push.
Ah, good. Thank you for subscribing. Anyone who hasn't subscribed to this YouTube channel, please do. Would greatly appreciate it.
What we've got out there, he pointed out the upstairs window to the masses of ants creeping into the city, is money on legs. A horde of low-tier, low-stat monsters with no biomass. If we stay in our teams and hold the line, we can kill 1 million of them. There were rumblings of agreement as people hefted weapons and tightened their fists. Over there, Silver now pointed to the 2 enormous ants leading the charge, Over there... Sylvan now pointed to the 2 enormous ants leading the charge. It's the real payday. Tier 5, maybe 6. Sounds scary, but remember, these are ants. The tier may be high, but the stats are low. You'll never get a better chance for experience than this. And don't forget the cause. We get our hands on them, and we're set for life. Grins and eager faces began to appear amongst the gathered men and women of the Union. These people were hardened monster killers, and they weren't about to run and hide like the guard at the first. These people were hardened monster killers, and they weren't about to run and hide like the guard at the first. These people were hardened monster killers, and they weren't about to run and hide like the guard at the first sign of dungeon spawn. After all, this was how they got paid. Sylvan shot an assessing glance around the room. He'd worked out of the Rilee Merc Union building for years, and he recognized many of those faces, but there were still many he did not. At least his regular team was here. He trusted them to watch his back. Make sure you've got your gear organized, people. This is going to be bloody work today, and don't think otherwise. We've only got a few minutes to prepare before they reach us. The big two need to go down first. Let's get moving. All around them, hardened mercenaries began to organize themselves into teams, checking their equipment, and a dozen muttered discussions began at once. Sylvan moved to one side and indicated with his head for his team to join him. The troops were all fired up, and it was time to work out how to seize the prize when it hit the deck. They were mercenaries, after all. Sharing just wasn't in their vocabulary. Next chapter. Chapter 38. Attack on Rilee, Part 6. Sylvan gathered his team, and as the mercenaries fanned out from their building, he kept close with the people he trusted. Ogren was a tremendous brute of a fighter who wielded a two-handed hammer in battle, perfect for shattering the carapace defense these ants relied on. His level wasn't the highest in the group, but his physical strength certainly was. They'd need to rely on him to crack the big ants open. Yan was the scout, deadly with the bow or the rapier she kept at her waist, and her stealth had reached a high rank, allowing her to move with almost no sound. With her shadow cloak, made from weaver spider threads farmed in the second stratum, she could vanish into the shadows in an instant, a powerful ability for someone with her talents. Sylvan had been pleased when they added the mage, Ilianis, to the group, a highly skilled Golgari merc. She was excellent with healing spells and possessed an impressive offensive repertoire to back it up. A highly skilled Golgari merc, she was excellent with healing spells and possessed an impressive offensive repertoire to back it up. He himself was something of an all-rounder. He'd spent a lot of time grinding away delving in the first and second strata when perhaps he could have challenged to the depths. He just wasn't stupid. How many had he seen think they'd graduated the first two strata and leave Rilee for opportunities somewhere deeper? Most of them were dead within a month. The Shadow Sea was perilous to life, but the demons of the third stratum were cunning, vicious, and held little love for delvers in their territory. One wrong step would see an entire party annihilated in the blink of an eye, should they run across a demon-hunting pack. Dabbling in elemental magic, training his stealth, his movement skills, and weapon handling, he'd never bothered to focus on only one area, keeping himself interested by branching out. This earned him a reputation as the best delver in Rilee, something he acknowledged but hardly valued. Inhaling through his nose, Sylvan almost smelled the terror in the air. He chuckled in wry amusement. Imagine living in the dungeon and not bothering to level up enough to feel safe. It was insane that so many of the civilians in this city were so incapable. Sure, they only lived in the first stratum, a small pond, but they were so content to be the tiniest fish. Not him. Yan, get out there and find a spot high enough to give you good line of sight. You've got no chance of dealing damage with that sewing needle you call a sword. Pfft, get stuffed, Sylvan. she scoffed.
Yeah, I went to a random spot. Let's see. Chapter, where are we at? Chapter 35? Chapter 30... Chapter 38.
She scoffed, then vanished into the gloom in a breath, already making her way higher. It'll be you and me on the front line, Ogren. It'll be you and me on the front line, Ogren. It'll be you and me on the front line, Ogren. Sylvan turned to the brawny human. Stay nimble and don't get hit. Stay nimble and don't get hit. We'll need your hammer to crack this nut.
You got it, boss. You got it, boss.
Ogren rumbled. A man of few words, he merely hefted his hammer and kept his eyes on the surroundings. A professional. I suppose you want me to back you up and try and keep you safe whilst you prance round pretending you know what you're doing?
No.
Ilianus drawled. Ilianus drawled. Her leader shot her a grin. Business as usual, Illy? He said. That's not my name, she warned him. I know. I only tease. Let's get to work. They'll be here any minute. The abandoned streets and buildings made for an eerie backdrop as the four mercs moved swiftly to prepare the perfect ambush location. Behind them, more teams were taking defensive positions, getting ready to fend off the descending swarm. Barricades were being set, obstructions made use of, and choke points set up by those looking to profit from killing as many ants as possible. A few of the more A few of the more high-level groups were doing just as Sylvan and his team were. A few of the more high-level groups were doing just as Sylvan and his team were, getting ready to jump the big fish. A few of the more high-level groups were doing just as Sylvan and his team were. Fuck me! A few of the more high-level groups were doing just as Sylvan and his team were, getting ready to jump the big fish. The experience alone for killing these high-tier monsters was almost prize enough for them. The fortune a potential rare core represented... The fortune of a potential rare core represented to shallow delvers like them was just the... The fortune a potential rare core represented to shallow delvers like them was just the icing on the cake. Even now, they could still hear the wailing of the populace as they rioted to safety. The scent of smoke had begun to rise in the air, evidence that somewhere a fire had started. Probably some idiot looting during the chaos. Sylvan pushed it all from his mind. He needed to focus. Along with all the mercenaries around him, he settled his body, crouched behind a corner as he watched the two massive ants pick their way forward, walking over the top of buildings or just smashing through them. He studied the creatures closely, using all of his years of experience as a delver. Both were heavily mutated, especially the smaller one, which didn't seem to make much sense. Judging by the shape of the mandibles and carapace, the offensive and defensive abilities were sure to be formidable. Judging by the shape of the mandibles and carapace, the offensive and defensive abilities were sure to be formidable. A flicker of nerves entered his heart, but he quickly quieted them. This may be a higher tier of monster than he was used to fighting, but they were just ants. He shared a glance with Ogren, who huddled next to him. The big man was as cool as ice, hands steady on the haft of his weapon. They were going to do this. They would win. Sylvan never saw the attack coming. All of his concentration was honed to a razor's edge, focused on the two great monsters. But even were he to be more generally aware, he still may not have noticed. The ants practically materialized from thin air. They leapt from nearby buildings, charged from the streets, and erupted from the stones beneath their feet. When their jaws found him, Sylvan managed to cry, "They're here!" before he was pinned to the stone. "They're here!" Ogren lasted a little longer, able to swing his hammer and knock aside the first attacker, but 3 more were on him before he could ready another strike. They bore him down, mandibles shattering his hammer and gripping his limbs. Atop a nearby building, crouched against the slate roof, Jan saw nothing. Atop a nearby building, crouched against the slate roof, Jan saw nothing before they found her, too confident in her own skill. Elanius, at least, knew what was coming. Her finely tuned magical senses gave her the slightest glimpse of the monsters closing in, but her mind was assaulted on multiple fronts at once, battering at her mental defenses until they crumbled, and she fell unconscious. Their work was complete in less than 10 seconds. The 20 ants checked each other and their surroundings, making sure their efforts had gone unnoticed by those around them. One of the ants moved from group to group with light steps as she checked on her fellows. The situation well in hand, she leant down to look at the face of Sylvan, clamped in the mandibles of her sibling.
To think that pitiful creatures such as this would dare to raise their hand against the eldest,
Protect Ant muttered.
Do you think they noticed?
Defend Ant wondered.
I don't think so, but we must be careful. They've come so close to us already.
What do you want us to do with these aggressors? Defendant asked, her jaws squeezing tighter around the... Defendant asked, her... Defendant asked... Damn it! Defendant asked, her jaws... Defendant asked, her jaws squeezing tighter around the mercenary's head.
Knock them out, quickly, then back to the shadows. We'll have much work today. The eldest is going to be busy,
came the reply. Sylvan heard none of this, since none of it was spoken aloud. All he knew was the fear of death and the pressure around his head, until a blow fell on his skull, and he knew nothing.
Chapter 39. Attack on Rilee, Part 7. I swear I sensed something. Those damn flickers that pop up in my vestibule for a few seconds before they vanish. My suspicions are starting to firm on that front, and I'm not happy. There'll be words with the council when this mess is done, but I can't be distracted by these watchers. The Queen and I have been making quite the show of ourselves. Mother has knocked down a few more buildings. I didn't imagine she had such a destructive side. And so far, nothing has come forward to challenge us as we move deeper into the city. At the pace we're going, the people have managed to stay well ahead of us as they retreat to the walled square, but I'd expected that someone would come out here and have a crack at us. Whack! Oh, there they are. From the buildings emerge an insultingly small band of warriors and mages, firing arrows that glitter with the light of skills, waves of sword light, and a smattering of elemental spells, all of which peter out against my powerful and attractive diamond carapace. Mother, look! Mother? Oops, no, okay. Mother? Looks like someone decided to come out and play.
This is not a game, child. This is not a game, child, she huffs. Let's eliminate this threat and move on. The sooner we are done with this task, the safer the colony will be.
Hard to argue with that. With my preternatural senses tuned in and my nerves firing, these piffling little blows are nothing to me. I run along the sides of the buildings and turn my best angles to receive the strikes as I close the distance with a dash. As I loom over my first target, a brawny-looking human with a standard-looking sword and shield, I almost feel pity for the guy. Still, it's better that he falls by my mandibles than by the Queen's. I've rushed ahead of her, but even from here, her gnashing jaws are audible as she charges, ready to rend these poor people into more harmless forms. Better that I deal with them before she gets the chance. My victim-to-be looks up at me with a sneer and brandishes his shield in my face. It explodes with bright light, blinding me completely. With a roar of triumph, another leaps from a nearby roof, mighty hammer aglow with power as he prepares to bring it down on my head. But I step backward, causing the powerful blow to land with tremendous force on the cobbled street. Blinding me was a clever move, pitiful humans. But my senses are greater than just my sight. In point of fact, my mana sense and my heat-detecting antennae both were able to inform me of the incoming danger in this instant. But my senses are greater than just my sight. In point of fact, my mana sense and my heat-detecting antennae both were able to inform me of the incoming danger in this instance. I will reward your cleverness by allowing you to sample the finest produce in the entire stratum, straight from the source. Pow, 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 pow! A rapid-fire rain of merchandise and justice falls amongst the swarming fighters, causing them to cry out in shock or run for cover. The acid itself burns at their armour and gums up their limbs, restricting their movements even as it burns away at the mage's shields. Such a multi-purpose, good for all situations thing my acid is. Oh, what the fuck? Damn it. A rapid-fire rain. I hate it when I go that far without realizing I'm not recording. A rapid-fire rain of merchandise and justice falls amongst the swarming fighters, causing them to cry out in shock or run for cover. The acid itself burns at their armour and gums up their limbs, restricting their movements even as it burns away at the mage's shields. Such a multi-purpose, good for all situations thing my acid is. With my eyes still blinded, I can't work too precisely, so I must resort to wide sweeps of my mandibles to send my With my eyes still blinded, I can't work too precisely, so I must resort to wide sweeps of my mandibles to send my adversaries stumbling while my sub-brains twist apart the threads of magic that fly my way. Surprisingly, the spells are better crafted than I expected. Clearly, a few of these chaps and chapettes have worked on their skills. After I get my minds on them, though, what remains of their fireballs, ice spears, and wind blades doesn't amount to much. I should be able to wind this up with minimal injuries. If everything keeps going this way. How dare you attack my master! I'd neglected to take Chrysalis' feelings into account. Actually, come to think of it, where's Tiny? Boom! There he is. Just as dozens of tentacles explode from my back in delightful Chrysalis fashion, making a terrifying presence known once more, Tiny and Invidia enter the fray in an explosion. Of fists and spells. Confronted with such a concentration of high-tier monsters, the opponents arrayed before us begin to waver. It's all a little confusing to me. I mean, they saw us come in. Didn't they have a plan? Perhaps those flickers have something to do... with this situation. At any rate, they don't seem to know what to do in this moment as the four of us run amok. Invidia's magical prowess almost completely suppresses the local mages, and his shields protect Tiny and myself from the worst of the attacks flung our way. By the time the Queen arrives, we've managed to suppress or incapacitate almost all of them. I try to turn my gaze from the fate that awaited those unfortunate saps. The Queen does not appear to be in the mood to delay the conclusion of the day's events. It's pretty ugly. The members of the colony are almost upon us now, and they take it upon themselves to clean up after us, keeping watch on the defeated and ensuring they can't get up to any more mischief. Looks like it might be a clear run down to the square, Mother. Looks like it might be a clear run down to the square, Mother, I observe. Then perhaps we'll be able to finish this quickly, she replies, and begins to crawl forward with purpose. Hold up a second. Don't forget the speakers. We'll need to wait a second. Hold up a second. Don't forget the speakers. We'll need to wait. Hold up. Don't forget the speakers. We'll need to wait a second. Oh, fine. Oh, fine. Oh, fine. She's definitely feeling impatient. This was the plan, though. Backed into a corner, terrified and desperate, the people of this city are right where we... Backed into a corner, terrified and desperate, the people of this city are right where we want them. But, at the same time, on the edge and dangerous. If we provoke them, who knows what damage they do to themselves, to us, to whatever they can get their hands on. We figured it would be wiser to try and send in our human communication specialists to try and open dialogue and bring this campaign to a swift conclusion. Indeed, we only have to wait a minute before a few of the brown robes arrive, joined by my most devoted, one-armed priest. Please don't shout at me, I sigh, as I reach out to connect a bridge to the people. Please don't shout at me.
We are blessed to be in your presence, Great One.
Bane replies. His mind is so incredibly focused on containing the volume of his thoughts that the mental contact trembles with suppressed energy. It's almost as distracting as just getting shouted at. Almost being the key word.
We are blessed to be in your presence, Great One.
This is going to be a dangerous moment for you lot. Be careful, but don't let them stall us. We need to find and shut down any magical gates in here, and we need to do it. We need to find and shut down any magical gates in here, and we need it done yesterday.
Fear not, Great One. We will serve with all our hearts. The danger is nothing to us.
Looking at the fanatical zeal in their eyes, I actually believe it. Chapter 40. Attack on Rilee, Part 8. There had been little to no communication from the Council. Not that it was a surprise to Captain Wallace. In recent years, the ruling families had become little more than leeches, perpetually sucking at the prosperity their ancestors achieved. He could almost imagine their faces, locked in their mansions as they panicked and strove to preserve their possessions. The indecision and paralysis that had likely seized them in this crisis was so easy to picture it was comical. A wisp of glee bubbled up in the captain's belly, and he nearly giggled out loud before he restrained himself. The pressure had pushed him right to the edge. He could tell that about himself now. The despair that he'd thought had fallen away from him, he now realized was merely suppressed, forced into the background of his mind where it ate away at his sanity. He was grateful for it. In half an hour, he'd been able to move with incredible purpose and enact decisions with crystal clarity thanks to his own burgeoning insanity. Hopefully he'd enabled, not a saving of lives, but a more dignified end for the city which he served for his entire life. Because it was coming to an end. Indeed, it was already over. Car. could see it so clearly. The insects penetrated the city's defenses with such insulting ease, presenting those tasked with protecting the people with such an impossible task. Defend against insurmountable odds on every conceivable front? It fundamentally could not be done. What choice did he have but to try and pull his people back to a central location? No other option was available. When that thought struck him, Wallace was led to a conclusion that disturbed him in a way he found difficult to shake. The correct decisions were made for his people. His decades of experience assured him of that. If better moves had been possible, he simply didn't know of them. Yet he couldn't help but feel led to his current position, that he'd been dancing in the palm of his opponent all this time, that each of his decisions, as good as they'd felt at the time, were nothing but a path set in front of his feet by another intelligence. Could it be possible the ants themselves were not the orcs? Could it be possible the ants themselves were not the orchestrators of this invasion? The way they'd so expertly tested and circumvented the protections around the city, the way they'd so efficiently overwhelmed any opposition, that didn't strike him as anything that he'd ever read of conflict against dungeon-spawned ants. The literature was clear. Ants would throw themselves into suicidal rushes, crawling over massed piles of their own dead to reach their enemies. Unending hordes of low-tier creatures, starved of biomass and experience, attacking single points, following scent trails from their nests, battering against the foe until the prey grew tired, or sloppy, or simply gave up hope. Based on the scanning array, not a single one of these creatures was below Tier 3. How could this be any ordinary colony? Another giggle threatened to erupt, but he managed to stifle it into a cough, although a few nearby guardsmen and women looked at him askance. Someone had tamed an ant queen, used it as a pet, and was now utilizing it to assault Rilee. This was the most plausible explanation. Why didn't he think of it before? Was it simply a crime so rare and unspeakable that he hadn't been willing to consider it? Perhaps. The square, as it was generally referred to by the people of the city, was relatively large, given the population. It was home to the administrative and ruling arm of Rilee. The council building, the treasury, the guard offices, and the sorts of wide-open, well-gardened spaces that only the extravagantly wealthy could afford to surround themselves with in a literal underground living space, all surrounded by a largely decorative but still functional wall. Those manicured lawns and elaborate rock gardens were now covered in shivering and crying refugees, the inner sanctum of the elite, perforated by those people they most wanted to keep out. Upon the wall was every guardsman, volunteer, and mercenary Wallace could find and give a weapon, along with Wallace himself. He hadn't heard from Yasmin in more than 10 minutes, apparently lost somewhere near the market. A shame that. She was a good officer, if a little soft. He stared out into the city, waiting for the attackers' next move. Would they try and negotiate? In which case, perhaps there was a sliver of a chance that people might live. Or would they, far more likely, simply overwhelm the defenders from all sides, using the experience and biomass the citizens would Or would they, far more likely, simply overwhelm the defenders from all sides, using the experience and biomass the citizens would provide to grow their ant force even further? Regardless of what he thought would happen, he was still shocked when a one-armed man, dressed in an earthy brown robe with what appeared to be antennae sticking out the top, along with another 20 of his kind, stepped slowly down the main road toward them. Behind those figures stood 2 enormous ants, perhaps queens of his... Behind those figures stood 2 enormous ants, perhaps queens of this colony, and behind them the ranks of thousands more gathered on all sides. As he looked down on those As he looked down on these strange humans, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. They just looked so ridiculous, clumsily woven antennae drooping over their faces from the top of their hoods that did little to properly conceal their faces. Were these really the masterminds of... Were these really the masterminds of this entire invasion? The people in control of this powerful, enormous army of monsters? Tension was high on the wall, the humans easily within bow range. Wallace himself felt the air thicken around him. If someone lost their cool and took a shot, then every single one of them would die. Judging by the expressions on those around him, this fact was very apparent to everyone, not just to him. The overwhelming show of force in front of them was enough to convince them that resistance was a gesture more than a hope. The overwhelming show of force in front of them was enough to convince them that resistance was a gesture more than a hope for survival. Not able to wait any longer, Wallace leaned over the parapet and called out to the strange ant. Not able to wait any longer, Wallace leaned over the parapet and called out to the strange ant people before they got any closer. The figure in the lead, a young man with only one arm, paused his step, which led the entire procession to come to a halt. There was a long moment of silence before the lead ant figure raised his head, drew a powerful breath, and began to speak.
You stand in the presence of...
Thwack! In a mind-boggling scene, the smaller of the two large ants brought an antenna down to strike the human on the head, which caused him to lurch forward before he... No, I accidentally switched accents there. In a mind-boggling scene, the smaller of the two large ants brought an antenna down to strike the human on the head, which caused him to lurch forward before he caught his balance. Once he'd righted himself, the human turned toward the ant, bowed deeply. Wallace swore the antenna twitched again, and then turned back to the wall.
We invaded your city, but we do not seek to end your lives. If you accede to our demands, then all of you shall be spared.
Oops. There were a few sighs of relief along the wall, but just as many snorts of distrust. After the mass panic and the deaths, to appear as a peaceful intruder at this point was far-fetched. Wallace did not share their reaction. He was neither relieved nor distrustful. Instead, he was chortling, his shoulders shaking as a grin twisted his lips. Just when he'd decided the ants were controlled by another agent, that display before him now clearly said otherwise. When he thought about it, his entire day had just been insane. When he thought about it, his entire day had just been insane. He may as well lean into it. Chapter 41. Attack on Rilee, Part 9. Bane was nervous, yet exultant, and terrified, whilst also experiencing a deep sense of unfurling faith. The gravity of the moment wasn't lost on him, far from it. This was the first time the Holy Ones, the Great One, would be exposed to the wider community of Pangera, and he, Bane, the one-armed, humble priest, was to be the spokesman, the representative that would communicate their glory to the world. Oh, wait. Sorry, this is supposed to be third person some more. Damn it. Chapter 41. Attack on Rilee, Part 9. Bane was nervous, yet exultant, and terrified, whilst also experiencing a deep sense of unfurling faith. The gravity of the moment wasn't lost on him. Far from it. This was the first time the Holy Ones, the Great One, would be exposed to the wider community of Pangera, and he, Bane, the one-armed, humble priest, was to be the spokesman, the representative that would communicate their glory to the world. Except that he couldn't. He wasn't allowed to say any of the words that exploded in his... He wasn't allowed to say any of the words that exploded in his heart and soared to the snow-capped peaks of his soul. He was racked with a pain that sent shudders through his entire frame as he strove to restrain himself. He was racked with a pain that sent shudders through his entire frame as he strove to restrain himself. He'd already failed once, in a shameful display that brought swift retribution from the Great One. Richly deserved punishment that nevertheless sent him into paroxysms of faith-induced joy. It was wrong for him to find such delight in the touch of the one he revered so, but he couldn't help it. He wasn't worthy, wretched unbeliever that he had once been, far too lost to receive such contact. Behind him, the rest of the delegation looked on with eyes bulging from their heads. Even if they knew he was being disciplined, to see Priest Bane receive the touch of the Great One elevated him to new heights in their esteem. Truly, he was the right person to lead their congregation. Selected by the Great One the moment they breached the surface, this level of closeness only reaffirmed his eminence. Bane himself continued to battle within himself. Bane continued to battle within himself, a titanic clash that consumed him as he desperately strove to say only the words he was meant to. Suddenly, he felt the touch of the Great One upon his mind, and tears began to well in his eyes. He wasn't worthy. Look, just chill out, all right? You look like you're about to pass out. I swear to goodness you're vibrating in place. Deep breaths. Just breathe. Covertly, the priest attempted to follow this advice in the depths of his hood. Inhale, exhale. He focused and tried to still his frantic thoughts and emotions. It worked, a little, maybe enough. Okay now, just remember what we need you to say and how we need to come across here. We don't want them knowing what they're dealing with. Not yet. All right? Yes, that's right. He must maintain this shameful charade for the time being. It would be painful, it would be difficult, but he could do this. He gathered himself and began to speak once more, hoping his unusual delay had gone largely unnoticed. I say again, he called. There need be no more harm done this day. Send out a delegation that we may negotiate with. There was a pause, as his words were digested, before someone called back.
I think we'd rather talk from where we are, if it's all the same. we'd rather talk from where we are, if it's all the same. I think we'd rather talk from where we are, if it's all the same.
Refusing to talk with the Great One? Insolence! Just ask them if they'd like us to go in there and talk with him. Just ask them if they'd like us to go in there and talk with him. The Great One cut in, heading off another off-script explosion. Bane wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but he dutifully followed his instructions.
If you so choose, we will come over the wall.
No. He's close.
If you so choose, we will come over the wall to negotiate with you. If you so choose, we will come over the wall to negotiate. If you so choose, we will come over the wall to negotiate with you. If you so choose, we will come over the wall to negotiate with you. Fine! We'll come out!
Oh, shit. I accidentally crashed my damn program, guys. Pushing the wrong damn button. Let's see how much I lost. Hopefully not much. Usually Ableton autosaves very quickly. Not much. Okay, good. Didn't lose anything.
A miracle. Though he had no idea why, the words of the Great One brought about such a swift resolution. A miracle indeed. Within 5 minutes, an older gentleman emerged from the narrowly opened gate which slammed shut behind him. Bane took a moment to study this person, as he felt the thousands of ants in view were also doing, their collective attention somehow materialized in the tense atmosphere like a blanket that weighed down on everything. Grizzled, experienced, solid, and somehow not entirely predictable was Bane's read on him. There was something about him that spoke of instability. Not that he could be blamed, faced with such glorious inevitability as the colony. Faced with such glorious inevitability as the colony, who wouldn't be rattled? The man certainly didn't lack for courage, as he willingly abandoned the safety of his wall to venture out alone into the The man certainly didn't lack for courage, as he willingly abandoned the safety of his wall to venture out alone into the face of an army of monsters. Not just any person could do such a thing.
My name is Captain Wallace Stanton.
He spoke and bowed toward Bane. But also somehow toward the Great One, a gesture which raised him in Bane's esteem immensely.
I head the guard. I head the guard here in Rilee, the guard you have so roundly defeated this day. Do not...
Do not blame yourself or your soldiers for such a failing. Your defeat was a foregone conclusion, with the army we have at our disposal.
True.
Wallace ceded, his gaze wandering over the ants who covered every surface of every building he could see from where he stood. Each monster was perfectly still, barely a twitch of an antenna to show they still lived. Despite their eyes not needing to focus, he could almost feel that their attention was on him, not the least of which was also the two giant creatures so close to him. It was enough to drive someone mad.
I would love to know what it is that has brought about this invasion.
I find it difficult to imagine what a human in charge of such a large colony of monsters would want. Bane stared at the man blankly for a moment before he remembered. Oh, right, the fiction. He was supposed to be in control. I will not mince words, as our mission is time-sensitive. We wish to know how many spatial gates exist here in this city, and where they are. We seek to dismantle them as soon as possible. Once that is complete, we will leave your people to their own devices. All we ask is that we are allowed to oversee the city to ensure that no new gates are constructed. Wallace's head spun. They wanted to cut off this area of dungeon? But why? There must be more that he didn't know.
Such a thing would be difficult. The people here depend on those gates for many things. Without them, we'll be isolated, unable to trade with the other cities. Without them, we'll be isolated, unable to trade with other cities. Without them, we'll be isolated, unable to trade with the other cities, unable to contact our families and friends. Many in the city are travellers whose homes lie elsewhere. They'd be abandoned here, cut off from their support networks.
The priest frowned at this less than instant capitulation. The gates will come down within the next hour, Captain. There are two ways that can happen. With your people aiding us, or we tear the city apart and destroy them ourselves. What there isn't is a way those gates stay operating. There was a strange pause as the priest... stared straight ahead, as if listening to another voice. We will provide what consolation we can. Nobody will starve, and what material goods we can provide, we shall strive to do so. It is not the fault of the people of this city that we've come here. You are unfortunately caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, we must achieve what we have set out to do this day. Wallace could see no hesitation in the eyes of the surprisingly young man. He spoke of eliminating the city as if it was simply a matter of course. Chilling.
There are only two places with gates. There are only two places with gates,
Wallace sighed.
Inside the square is the Transport Ministry and...
He gestured to an imposing fort carved into the wall of the city.
The Abyssal Legion fort up there.
That's another chapter. On with the show. 125. We're doing real good on time. Chapter 42. Attack on Rilee, Part 10. The moment this Wallace guy revealed the locations of the gates, the colony sprang into action. Orders are being snapped out as ants gather in teams, flooding away toward the fort on the outskirts of the city. Even my heart skipped a beat. This could be a major blunder. We'd anticipated the gates would be here, in the centre, and so they were, but we didn't foresee that there'd be more around the edge of the city. Almost all our forces are concentrated here for the final push. If those gates open and those Legion nutters come pouring out, one of us should go, I tell Mother. Those Legion soldiers are no joke, as I recall. Though I was super weak back then, I have no idea what their relative strength would be now, realistically. Which of us should it be? She asks. I'm willing to go where I'm most needed. I hesitate, needing to stay here to help communicate, but I'm worried the fort will prove to be the more dangerous of the options. Go to the fort, I tell her reluctantly. As soon as I'm done here, I'll head up as well, just in case. Make sure you take a few members of the council up there with you. If it turns serious, we'd rather have more firepower than we need than not enough. The Queen's antennae twitch. What about you, child? Will you be all right here? I suspect she thinks I'm taking on too much. Not to worry, I assure her. I alone would be enough. The Queen rushes to join the flow of ants marching into the distance, and I focus back onto the idiot priest and the negotiations taking place with the guard captain, Wallace. We want to get in and dismantle the gate as soon as possible, I urge Bane. No delays. We get in there right now. The two humans continue to exchange their inefficient, noisy words as I wait, impatient to get moving. If I can smack this thing down fast enough, then maybe I'll be able to make it over to that fort in the event something nasty starts up over there. I think Bane can sense my impatience as my mental communication becomes more and more curt. After a few more minutes, I run out of patience. Tell them we'll have access to the gate within the next 2 minutes, or we'll be charging over the wall and bringing it down ourselves. No more stalling! He's worried about sending ants within the wall. The people are unlikely to react well. The priest sounds He's worried about sending ants within the wall. The people are unlikely to react well. The priest sounds highly offended that our reception would be anything less than celebratory, but I can understand what the captain is worried about. If a riot breaks out inside where I imagine people are densely packed, then the potential for Excuse me. If a riot breaks out inside where I imagine people are densely packed, then the potential for fatalities will skyrocket. Tell him that's not our problem. If his people can't control themselves, then they become another obstacle we'll overcome. Those gates are coming down. Now! Injected with my determination, Bane toughens his stance and delivers our ultimatum. Rather than sweat, flinch, or any of the other behaviours, I would expect, the captain looks as if he's about to laugh before he turns back toward the wall. We give him a single minute to let the people on the other side of the wall know we're coming before we follow. The waiting is unbearable. The colony and I standing around, impatient as the seconds tick by. Do you really think they'll let us in? Advant asks. Advant asks. They will. They will if they know what's good for them, Propellant cackles. They will if they know what's good for them. She really is getting more and more aggressive the higher her flame magic skill rises. I wonder if skills can have an impact on our personalities. Is it more than just knowledge that Gandalf the Wise is slipping into our brains? Something to chew over later? Just to be careful, I task my sub-brains with whipping up another construct and preparing some gravity magic. Not the bomb, that might be a little overkill, but the domain will help keep me safe if the crowd turns hostile. Despite my reservations, Wallace appears on the wall and waves us forward. Somewhat trepidatious, Bane and 10 of his followers lead a contingent of ants to the gates, which open wide to allow us inside. Masses of people are huddled together amongst truly elaborate buildings, terrified of the monsters in their midst. The ants outside the wall move closer, increasing the pressure on those manning the parapet, pushing the whole situation closer to the brink of disaster. One idiot doing the wrong thing is all it's going to take for this to turn into a bloodbath. As I stride into the square, the faces of the assembled humans, with a few Golgari and possibly others mixed in, are a mixture of hatred, fear, and disgust. Thankfully, a great deal of that emotion is deflected toward Bane and his robed followers. Nice save, crazy people! Taking all the heat for us. I appreciate your sacrifice. Several large buildings loom within the square, but the captain wastes no time, for once, and directs us to the directs us to the largest. Even though the centre of the city has become packed with people, this single building appears to be completely unoccupied. Even though the centre of the city has become packed with people, this single building appears to be completely unoccupied, which may have something to do with the thickly swirling magical energies around it. When we break in, we don't find a horde of enemy soldiers pouring through active gates, but rather 3 large archways, unpowered and dormant. Enchantments and runes built into the gates appear to be collecting mana and storing it, which leads me to believe the gates need to be charged before being opened. Handy for us, they appear to have been mid-cycle when we launched our attack. What fortuitous timing! In a jiffy, the ants move in, study everything they see, and break the gates down into segments, shearing the stone with clean bites so it can be reassembled and studied back at the nest. Mission accomplished, we turn to exit the square as quickly as possible. I don't want to expose my family to danger any more than is necessary. But that's when it happens. I don't know what motivates the little kid. He could only be 6 or 7 years old, mature enough to know that us monsters had done something bad, but not enough to realise what provoking us might mean. I could see his face amongst the crowd, screwed up in anger and frustration, much like many of those around him. Unlike those adults, this child had the courage, or lack of understanding, to express that feeling. Winding back his little arm, he gripped hard onto something. And threw it with all his might. Right at me. With my senses, with my reflexes, there's not a chance that it will hit me. And honestly, what could it do, even if it did? I understand all this. It's common sense for someone who'd been human, like me, to know that a little child isn't going to have some sort of mega grenade to hurl at the biggest and baddest monster he can see. But there are members of my family who lack my level But there are members of my family who lack my level of understanding, young and foolish creatures that they are.
It's an attack! Get down!
Screams an ant, appearing almost from thin air as she throws herself forward into the path of the projectile. In an instant, more of them pop into existence, leaping onto my carapace to cover me from harm and In an instant, more of them pop into existence, leaping onto my carapace to cover me from harm and forming a defensive wall around me.
Cover, damn it! Provide cover! Check the eldest for wounds! Medic!
The first ant continues to glide gracefully through the air, my hyper-reflexes causing the entire scene to unfold in near slow motion as I almost... The first ant continues to glide gracefully through the air, my hyper-reflexes causing the entire scene to unfold in near slow motion as I become almost... The first ant continues to glide gracefully through the air, my hyper-reflexes causing the entire scene to unfold in near slow motion as I become almost buried under these mystery ants. The projectile, a harmless toy ball, spins through the air and rebounds from the ant's carapace with a gentle tock. The ant in question continues her flight, legs a tangled mess, before she thuds into the ground, completely unharmed. Perhaps it's lucky the humans seem far too shocked to react to this bizarre scene that's unfolded. The rest of the colony also seems a touch surprised, staring at these newcomers with bewilderment in their eyes. Sadly for them, I react the fastest.
Chrysalis, get them!
So close to me, the ants have no chance of escape from the tentacles that sprout from my abdomen and wrap them tight. Chrysalis lifts each of the creatures into the air as they scrabble to escape her grasp. No chance. Glee builds within as I stalk over to the ant on the ground, using her antennae to check herself for injuries. Just as I close in, she seems to realize what's happening and tries to scurry away like lightning, but I nab her in my mandibles and lift her up, so she has no choice but to look into my eyes. Found you! Found you! Chapter 43. The Aftermath. The surrounding crowds, pressed together in the square, recoil with horror as Chrysalis makes her presence known. The fact she snatched up the mysterious ants rather than start munching on the helpless crowd isn't enough to completely mollify their fears. Screams and indignant cries rise as they push to create distance from me, while the kid who threw the stupid ball looks on with wide eyes before being dragged away by who I presume is his mother. Welp! Time for me to get out of here.
Let's get the heck out of here!
I shout to my siblings before speaking to Bane over the mental link. We need to leave. Let things calm down a bit before we come back. The priest readily agrees, and our convoy makes directly for the nearest wall as the crowd scrambles to make room for us to pass by. A few guards brandish their spears, but the ants ignore them, climbing straight up the wall and using their bodies to shove the guards to one side to create space for those behind. Each of the ant-robed humans is picked up by a large soldier and carried over whilst clutched in mandibles. You'd think they'd be a little afraid at being gripped in the crushing jaws of powerful monsters, but instead they look almost radiantly happy. These people are just as far gone as the damned priest. There's no hope for them anymore. I maintain my grip on the still struggling ant as Chrysalis holds aloft the other 19. It makes crawling up the wall rather difficult. The individual ants are relatively small. But holding 20 of them is no joke in terms of weight. Up and over, and once more in the clear as the uproar behind us continues. Being surrounded by my fellow insects rather than the panicked citizens of this city is such a relief. Back amongst my own kind. Those ants who'd taken apart the gates were already on their way out of the city, wasting no time in their quest to return the precious artifacts back to the nest. If we can unlock the secrets of this magic, the future of the colony will truly know no limits. A solid contingent of soldiers and scouts go with them, guarding the precious cargo. For the rest of the ants present, the work is clear. We may have seized the gates inside the square, but there are no guarantees that there aren't more besides those that we were told of.
Do you think all of the gates will have that distinct mana gathering array?
Coolant asks from nearby. Struggling to contain my wiggling captives, I take a moment to reply. I'm not sure. Since there's no dungeon veins in here, the mana is thinner than it is out in the tunnels, so it would make sense they'd seen... Since there's no dungeon veins in here, the mana is thinner than it is out in the tunnels, so it would make sense they'd need such arrays to power the gates. But we don't know enough to assume that would be the case. The mage nods. Oh, crap. Nope.
We'll just have to manually search them.
Wouldn't hurt to send out the mages to test the mana density around the place anyway. Never know what they might turn up. The low concentration of mana is almost enough to cause me problems. Only by using my external mana manipulation to pull energy toward myself am I able to maintain my core. Coolant rushes off to facilitate the search as the majority of ants scurry away into the city. I remain with perhaps 1,000 others to watch over the walled square where order is gradually being restored, judging by the diminishing level of noise coming over the parapet. As much as I want to run to the fort in support of the Queen, the situation here just isn't stable enough that I can be confident the city defenders won't get feisty again. At the very least, this gives me a little time to interrogate my captives. So, I address the ant gripped in my mandibles. I presume you're the little flickers I've been sensing lately? At detecting my scent, the prisoner goes limp in my grip. I wait a moment to see what will happen, but to my surprise, she doesn't respond at all. Hello? Are you not going to respond to me? Nothing. Every single ant that Chrysalis holds in her grip has similarly gone slack. I can sense they're still alive. It appears as though this is their strategy to avoid my interrogation. Foolish! Do they really believe giving me the silent treatment is going to be enough to dissuade me? Let me just take a guess at something and see how you feel about it. All right? I watch each captive closely as I continue my line of questioning. Let's say that after I was captured by the Golgari and vanished from the colony, the council got together and decided that having me running around doing dangerous stuff was a bit of a pain, but not something they could control. The very idea of the council trying to tell me what to do. Laughable. I trained them from the time they were grubs. Instead, they thought to themselves, since we can't prevent the eldest from doing whatever they want, we'll try to make sure that they stay safe. Instead, they thought to themselves, since we can't prevent the eldest from doing whatever they want, we'll try to make sure that they stay safe. Why not provide some guards? Or something along those lines. Only they immediately realised I would say no. I do not need or want a group of guards following me around. I would more likely have to protect them as opposed to them protecting me. Not to mention the appalling waste of resources that would be. My mandibles gripped the still limp ant a little tighter. Instead of dropping the idea there and then, like sensible ants, they thought they'd go a step further. If the eldest doesn't want to be protected, but at the same time needs to be protected, why not guard them in secret? We'll make special guards to watch over the eldest without even letting them know. Each of the 20 figures exudes a sense of martyrdom now, as if they know the jig is up. So the council put into motion a plan, probably with a stupid name like Operation Silent Shield. Twitch. Really? Holy moly. So, Operation Silent Shield commences. They recruit 20 promising young hatchlings, ones who are dedicated to a fault, willing to serve in any way, and give them the best training, full core evolutions and full mutations. Maybe even special evolutions? Twitch. Right. And for your last evolution, you're probably tier 4, I would guess. Yes, judging by your mana, tier 4 for your Right. And for your last evolution, you're probably tier 4. Right. And for your last evolution, you're probably tier 4, I would guess. Yes, judging by your mana, tier 4. For your last evolution, you all chose some sort of advanced gland that makes your presence from all masks. For your last evolution, you all chose some sort of advanced gland that marks your presence from all masks. Yes, judging by your mana, tier 4. No. For your last evolution, you all chose some sort of advanced gland that masks your presence from all sources. Or does it work on perception? Perhaps the vestibule was working correctly the whole time and I filtered it out without realising. Maybe my will stat was too high. Well, which is it? I prod my captive, but she stubbornly refuses to say anything. I suppose it doesn't matter. Even if you hadn't leapt out when you did, I would have tracked you down eventually. I can't help but sigh. I shouldn't be surprised the council would pull a move like this. I can't even be mad. Not really. These 20 young ants represent the colony. These 20 young ants represent the council worrying about me, attempting to look after my safety without letting me know. They basically used up a second council worth of resources, special calls and everything, just to look after me. I wished I could be more confident in saying it was a waste of effort, but I can't deny the run of trouble I've been getting myself into. Chrysalis, let them go, please.
Are you sure, Master? Are you sure, Master?
Chrysalis, she huffs. She sounds irritated that these ants were attempting to do her job. Yes, let them go. She uncoils her limbs and each of the 19 insects she'd captured sprints away into the shadows where they disappear. It's uncanny how fast it happens. Despite not moving, I can tell the remaining ant in my mandibles is feeling distinctly hopeful. She seems to be hanging in a more optimistic way. I just need one thing before I let her go. Name. I give her a shake. I give her a shake. Name. I'll let you go once I get your name. They did name you, right?
Protectant.
Really? Not that I can judge, I suppose. Yeah. Thanks for looking out for me, Protectant. I'll be having a chat with Advent later, and then with you and your sisters. Right now, we need to get back to work. With that, I let her drop, and she dashes away to join her team out of sight. As satisfying as it is to drag this little group out into the light, I have other things to worry about. As the seconds drag by, I keep thinking about the Legion fort, and beyond that, what the future is going to look like for this city. The trick is, we can't leave them alone. Not anymore. We know they can build gates. What's to stop them doing it again? A consideration for another time. And probably one I'll punt to the council. Let them work it out. Maybe the humans from the village can help. I don't know. Maybe the humans from the village can help, I don't know. Having to manage some sort of subservient city-state under the control of an ant colony feels a little... Having to manage some sort of subservient city-state under the control of an ant colony feels a little odd. Ah well, maybe I'll let Bane at them. He seems to be able to sell just about anyone on the concept of ant messiahs. Chapter 44. Silent Holes. You might think it would be challenging to operate in a territory administered by ants. Indeed, I have heard many express such sentiments, going so far as to insinuate that I'm suffering from an affliction of the mind when I tell them otherwise. Any attempt to explain on my part is waved away as the ravings of a lunatic. Good thing they'll still trade, even if they refuse to engage in proper discourse. Gold forged by ants is still gold, as it turns out. It just made so much sense. It took a little adjusting to, of course, but once I did, my business began to thrive. Perhaps I had an edge in that department, as I was far quicker to accept the new status quo than many of my competitors. The bribes, the under-the-table deals, gone overnight. You can't bribe an ant. There were many who tried, only to stand rather awkwardly. There were many who tried, only to stand rather awkwardly, a purse covertly extended in one hand as a giant insect stared back at them, uncomprehending. The entire concept of commerce was foreign to their society. They didn't sell, buy, or trade in any way. But once they understood the fundamental nature of it, fair compensation in exchange for goods and services, they decided to ensure that's what would happen. Any merchant who failed to see the light was hurt in the simplest and most profound way possible. Crippling fines. Overcharging, half your business gone overnight. Fraudulent goods, half vanished. Half vanished. Repeated offenders were out of business in a week. No matter how they tried to conceal their shoddy dealings, the ants always sniffed them out. They wailed and gnashed their teeth as they appealed to the council, but the ants didn't care. Why would they? When it was suggested the penalties might be too onerous, they were genuinely puzzled and rejected any compromise. Since the seized materials were efficiently distributed to the poor in the city, there was a blossoming of support amongst the people for the new administrators. Thus, a new playing field was created for the merchant class, a place administered by incorruptible, brutally fair, and somehow almost omniscient creatures who questioned the very existence of business. With such dramatic drops in costs, the ants insisted the savings be passed on. Fair compensation, after all. The drop in prices allowed many who could never access my goods to now become customers, and the volumes I moved rose and rose. For an honest businessman, nothing is better than working for ants. Excerpt from Letter to Bilinon of Tolson by the merchant Chulo of Rilee. It takes the colony a few hours to thoroughly search the entire city. Every building, every mansion, every room, and every cellar is opened for insect inspection. Sometime during the process, word came back from the force the Queen led the Legion force, informing us it was empty. Not a single soul was found. What's more, papers, documentation, cores, rare materials, all gone. Several forges and workshops were scraped entirely clean, not a piece of wire or pliers left behind to indicate what they may have been working on there. Several forges and workshops were scraped entirely clean, not a piece... Several forges and workshops were scraped... Several forges and workshops were scraped entirely clean, not a piece of wire or pliers left behind to indicate what they may have been working on in there. It's clear they knew we were coming in advance and wiped clean all traces of themselves and their technology before abandoning the fort. How much notice would they have needed to pull that off? A day? 2? Did they realise what was happening once we began testing the defences around the city, or did they have some other means of detecting our presence? The possibility also exists that they were recalled in preparation for an assault. The possibility also exists that they were recalled in preparation for an assault on another front after receiving a call for aid from the Golgari. No matter which of those situations turns out to be true, it doesn't bode well for us. The gates were found, just as Captain Wallace suggested they would be, and were summarily taken apart and returned to the nest for study. Lending further credence to his words, no other gates were found anywhere in the city, not even in the largest and most wealthy-looking abodes. In this city, at least, running a private gateway appears to be too expensive to justify. With our immediate mission complete and the safety of the colony secured for the short term, the colony begins to move out of the city. The headache of having to administer the city as part of the colony's territory also begins to make itself known as Bane enters into negotiations on our behalf. The headache of having to administer the city as part of the colony's territory also begins to make itself known as Bane enters into negotiations on our behalf. He arranges for a full meeting of the Rilee City Council in the next day, decreeing how many ants will remain here and where they should go, what the guardsmen will be allowed to do and not do. It's a nightmare I simply don't have the attention to detail to it. It's a nightmare I simply don't have the attention to detail to handle. It's a nightmare I simply don't have the attention to detail to handle. Besides, I have my own council meeting to attend. We need to decide what the next steps are going to be, given the conquest of the city has gone according to our best-case scenario. Given the conquest of the city has gone according to our best-case scenario. We still have no idea where they're going to come for us from. Sloane grumbles. At least we can be confident it isn't going to be from here, which means the expansion and construction of the new nests can proceed. Tungstant sounds pleased at the prospect. I agree. We need to expand. Not just across the second stratum either. We can't afford to be ignoring any resource. We need more surface nests and to grow our reach in the first stratum also. The more territory we can balloon into, the sooner we'll know where they're coming from. The council reacts with muted surprise at my words. I suppose they didn't expect me to be advocating for reckless I suppose they didn't expect me to be advocating for reckless expansion.
We can do that, eldest. It steps our timetable forwards a bit, but we can do it,
Cobalt says. We also need to expand down, I tell them firmly. There's a good chance that even though the first and second strata in this area are largely abandoned, the richer territory beneath us could have already been claimed. There will be more cities with gates, and races like the Golgari who have made their civilizations in the depths of the dungeon. There will be more cities with gates, and races like the Golgari who've made their civilizations in the depths of the dungeon. I think the direction of the attack will come from below.
Pushing down is dangerous, Victor warns. The colony doesn't know enough of what goes on down there.
That's why I need to go, I say before they can protest. Not on my own, not this time. I'll take Vibrant and her team, and I'll have my new protectors along for the ride. I glare at Advent, and she wilts a little. We need to send the strongest we have to uncover as much as we can, as quickly as possible. This is the best way to get the job done. I don't intend to take any unnecessary risks, but in my view, dungeon exploration is key to our survival. Not only because of what we can learn, but because we need to turn to level up. Not only because of what we can learn, but because we need to continue to level up and evolve our people if we want to survive. Myself, Tiny, Chrysalis, and Invidia are still the strongest non-queens in the colony, and we need to continue to power ourselves up to meet any and all potential threats. We can't be everywhere at once, so others need to step up with us, Vibrant being the obvious next choice.
I advise that we push for further integration with the human village,
Coolant says.
They've proven they can be useful as our public face when we interact with non-dungeon spawn, and I think it would be wise to continue to do so.
I'm a little shocked to hear this coming from... not me. The rest of the council are happy to include humans?
I agree,
Ellie speaks up.
Many of our advancements have come from interacting with those people. I'm sure there's still a lot we can learn. We could look at establishing new villages alongside each of our surface nests to ensure that there's always someone to talk for us. That's a greater level of cooperation than we anticipated embracing.
Advent sounds unconvinced. That's
a greater level of cooperation than we anticipated embracing. Would they really be willing to accept such a thing? Where would we even find the people to populate new villages? They don't seem to be able to increase their numbers like we do.
The rest of the council nod as they consider this massive failing of the human race. I can't help but laugh inside. Yes, they aren't producing hundreds of new children every day like we are. It doesn't quite work like that for them. More's the pity. If we could churn out devoted human helpers at even 10 per day, it would be a serious help.
I'll scatter the scouts and get them ranging away from the nests. We'll shoot for as wide an area of coverage as possible,
Burke tells the group.
With any luck, we'll be able to catch them coming a long way out. I'll lead them toward the Golgari territory,
Wills offers.
They most likely come through that area. We should meet back at the main nest in around a week. Does that seem reasonable to everyone?
Sloane asks. None of the members take any issue with that, and so the various council members disperse. Vibrant hops toward me, full of energy.
Hey! Ready to go and explore? Just like old times. I hope we go fast. We'll go fast, right? Lots of ground to cover after all. Let's go, go, go! I'm already regretting this.
This is amazing. We're making awesome time today.
Chapter 45. Downward Growth. Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
Damn it, Vibrant! No! It's going to take us a while to get there, okay? We're moving as fast as we can already! We can't go any faster than this. Just think of something else to talk about!
A moment of blessed silence descends amongst our group as we run through the tunnels. My pets and I are all here, along with Vibrant and her whole posse, several hundred ants at this point, as well as my 20 shadow helpers. This is the advanced group of powerful troops I've chosen to take on a push farther into the This is the advanced group of powerful troops I've chosen to take on a push further into the depths of the dungeon. A special mission, in a sense. If the warning given to me by Corin and Terina is true, then there's likely to be more settlements, cities, probably larger ones than Rilee, below us. My suspicion is that the next closest path of attack is likely to be from deeper in the third stratum, or perhaps even in the fourth. The colony needs to get its eyes as deep as possible, and we will be the vanguard of that. I still feel a little useless, although I think this work is necessary and we're... Although I think this work is necessary and we're the best group in the colony for the job, I have to say that the real work of building the nests, rearing the young, developing the culture, and taming new territory, actually constructing the kingdom of the colony, is being left for the others.
Hey, what's up, friendly neighborhood nitpicker? Thanks for coming.
We're just off to fight and snoop around. Kind of feels strange to consider my family is now large enough and powerful enough to be taking territory and building something that is closer to a nation than a family. But hey, hard to keep a good ant down. Hard to keep a good ant down. Can't really fault them for being an industrious... Can't really fault them for being an industrious, powerful, and all-around awesome collective of kick-ass insects. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. As the eldest, it's my duty to oversee and support them as they grow, not to inhibit their dreams and desires. Are we there yet?
Ah! Vibrant! Aren't you evolved now? All grown? You're a leader. You have a squad that follows you around and all that. You have a position on the council. How the heck are you still this impatient?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I've always been like this. Why? Do you think there's some reason for me to change? I've just kept on doing things the way I've always done them. It's been working out okay. I eye her skeptically. She's still this casual and cavalier, yet things have been working out all right. Somehow, I'm doubting that. I take a moment to have a look at the group of ants dutifully following along in their leader's wake. If Vibrant hasn't changed from the hyper-energetic, impulsive, and enthusiastic ant I recall, how the heck are any of these colony members still alive?
One of the smaller ants trailing along appears to nod a little at my words before catching herself and checking to make sure Vibrant hasn't noticed. Vibrant, of course, hasn't, as she's too busy nattering on and Vibrant, of course, hasn't, as she's too busy nattering on and flicking her antennae in every direction as new scents make themselves known to her. I honestly thought she'd grown past this stage. Perhaps all the organs and mutations she has that emphasize speed are just making her experience moments of relatively normal movement as painfully slow. We're all running right now, but there's no doubt she could speed ahead of us with ease should she choose to do so. We're all running right now, but there's no doubt she could speed ahead of us with ease should she choose to do so. Well, what have you been doing lately? I can see your group has grown in size again. How do you recruit members anyway? They just show up out of the blue? Where's the blue? This place is pretty dark. Is this the black? The manor in the first stratum is blue. Do you mean they come from the first stratum? I suppose so, since that's where we're all raised. Not me, though. I spent a lot of time on the surface when I was a hatchling, didn't I? I don't need to tell you that. You were there too. Well, not all the time, but you know what I mean. I do. This is exhausting. No, it's just saying that refers to... Never mind. Where do they come from? Oh, I don't know really. They approach me and ask if they can join the group, and I always say yes, because why not? We're ants after all. We're happier and more effective the more of us are around. She says that as if it were just common sense, and I suppose for ants it is. I can't think of a lot of humans who didn't necessarily enjoy the company of other people. As a human, I frequently tried to get people to enjoy my company, but I don't think I could say I was successful. My parents certainly didn't like spending time with me, given the old abandonment thing. I guess not all humans enjoy company. Personally, the ant vibe is good, now that I'm more accustomed to it. The more of my siblings there are, the more comfortable I feel. You don't have any criteria or anything? Everyone is welcome? Yep. I turn my attention toward the smaller ant behind us, and she tenses immediately, not expecting me to focus on her. Tell me, what made you want to follow Vibrant? I know Vibrant is a champion monster, as they're described by the humans. Individuals born with higher stats, better evolutions, and a strange capacity for leadership that attracts others to them. To my knowledge, another champion is yet to be born in the colony, but it's only a matter of time. The more we understand them and the way they work, the better we can make use of their talents. The ant, a general by the look of her, considers my question seriously before she answers. I felt that aiding and assisting Vibrant would be the best outcome for the colony and for myself. I believe I made the right choice, considering all that we've been able to achieve. Good answer. Vibrant and her team have been in the hottest and most active areas of the colony's expansion, for sure. Not to mention the role they played in extracting my butt from the fire after I was captured. Interesting, she put forward that she was motivated by a feeling. Was that inspired by the mysterious champion quality that Vibrant possesses? Was that inspired by the mysterious champion quality that Vibrant possesses?
Master.
What's up, Nvidia? You sent something? What's up, Nvidia? You sent something?
I found an expanse. I crave its secrets.
And you'll go get him, Chief? Not that you'll be satisfied. Hey, Vibrant, Nvidia says he's found an expanse nearby. Yay! Let's go! And and she's off. I didn't tell you where! Hey! Chapter 46. The Dark Web. Any person of sufficient courage who has walked the dungeon long enough to know its pain and glory will come to hunger for the power that is buried at the root of this world. Words attributed to Gaius Magnus, founding member of the Legionum Abyssi. Founding member of the Legionum Abyssi. We're moving in. It feels nice in a way, to be boldly adventuring where no ant has gone before, alongside my fellow colony members. We creep toward the powerful flow of mana Nvidia's sensing, making short work of any monster that happens to pop it. Making short work of any monster that appears to pop up. Making short work of any monster that appears to pop up in our way. I almost feel sorry for the critters as they're set upon by dozens of ants before I even get my mandibles open. I could push my way to the front, but I don't feel it's appropriate for me to hog all of the experience for myself. The colony is going to need other powerful members. That's why I brought Vibrant and her group here to begin with. Which reminds me... Protectant! Vibrant and the other ants all twitch in surprise as I flood the tunnel with pheromones. Vibrant in particular has a quizzical tilt. Vibrant in particular has a quizzical tilt to her antennae. If I'm guessing correctly, she's probably had nothing to do with the plan to put 20 babysitters around me. Even if they discussed it in front of her, I doubt Vibrant would have been interested enough to follow along. This sort of scheming is completely not her style. I wait for 2 minutes before I decide to call again. Get out here, Protectant, or I swear I'll get the council to reassign you to guarding Leroy! It only takes a few seconds for her to appear over my head, clinging to the roof of the tunnel. She looks a little sulky, and I feel a little bad for my threat. This isn't supposed to be part of how we operate, eldest, she says. She's lucky I can't roll my eyes. Oh, I know all about Operation Silent Shield. God. I called you here because I need to make sure you understand something. The Council, Advent, Sloane, even the Queen are not the ones who tell you how to do this job. I do. If we can work together, then we'll all have happier lives and more safety than if I have to keep guessing what it is you're going to do. She remains silent and watchful, and I can almost hear the gears turning in her head as she thinks over my words. If you're thinking of activating some stupid protocol that you were taught where you pretend to cooperate with me but just keep doing things the way they told you, I'm going to be super annoyed. Twitch. She's so easy to read. Perhaps it's because she's so used to not being seen at all. If nobody can see her, or doesn't notice her, what would be the point of learning to control your reactions? A blind spot in their training. Look! All I want to say for now is that you need to be careful before you jump out of nowhere and take a hit for me. Look! All I want to say for now is that you need to be careful before you jump out of nowhere and take a hit for me. You're no use to anyone dead. In this expanse, I just want you to... In this expanse, I just want you lot to pick around the edges and secure some XP and biomass for yourselves. That's not really what we were trained to do, eldest. Yeah, I'm sure you're meant to live the most sacrificial lives in the history of the colony. Always on duty, never resting, never a moment of peace. It's all super noble and everything, but let me ask you this. If I evolve, and I'm tier 6, whilst you're all still tier 4, what exactly are you going to protect? If I evolve, and I'm tier 6, whilst you are all still... If I evolve, and I'm tier 6... Damn it. If I evolve, and I'm tier 6, whilst you're... If I evolve, and I'm tier 6, whilst you're all still... Fuck, you're all still... If I evolve and I'm tier 6, whilst you're all still tier 4, what exactly are you going to protect me from that I can't handle myself? I let that thought sit in the air as Protectant digests it before I dismiss her with a flick of my antennae. No. I let that thought sit in the air as Protectant... I let that thought sit in the air as Protectant digests it before I dismiss her with a flick of my antenna. She gratefully fades away into the darkness. To join her fellows, and I feel cryness stir on my abdomen. Problem, cryness? I don't like the way these newcomers have tried to take your security as their responsibility. It's not something I chose, or something that they chose. We may as well make sure they're useful since they're here. Not to worry, I still consider you my real last line of defence. Letting her emotions get the better of her. Cryness dang near puts a crack in my carapace by gripping on too tight. Trying to push the discomfort from my mind, I push forward with the others. Before long, we arrive at the entrance of this new expanse. Pure, dark mana flows into our faces and wraps round us as the ground drops away beneath our feet. A vast space opens up, the shadow mana so thick it swirls in massive currents, like rope coiling round itself. The largest detail that really hits home is that the whole place is covered in webs. Giant webs. Monstrous, mountainous webs. Clinging to the gaps between the strands of the huge web are just more webs. What the heck is this place? That looks nasty. Vibrant complains. Vibrant. That looks nasty. That looks nasty. Vibrant complains, her antennae twitching with disgust as she looks out onto the mess that awaits us. I bet half of it's poisoned as well, I mutter. I bet half of it's poisoned as well, I mutter. The air amongst the group has certainly fallen, except for Tiny. The big ape is positively grinning, his eyes blazing with a fierce light as his fists clench at his sides. You want to get revenge, eh, big fella? I ask him. He nods vigorously and bellows as he slams his chest.
Smash!
He roars in my mind. Let me just... A word? An actual properly formed word! I mean, if there was going to be one word that he got right, it was going to be that one. Good stuff, Tiny. We'll get in there and tear these stupid webs to shreds. Come on, team! This is a chance to strike a blow against the foul arachnid menace and ensure they remember for all time the superiority of the insect. For the colony! For the colony! For the colony! For the colony! Close enough. Our group pushes into the expanse and immediately descends, scaling... Down with the arachnids! For the colony! For the colony! For the colony! Our group pushes into the expanse and immediately descends, scaling the rocky wall and making sure to avoid the webs where they connect to the stone. Chittering and clacking of hateful spiders echoes in the darkness as we move, but we ignore them all. Their time will come, but not yet. Our conquest of this expanse is going to come from the territory where we are superior, the ground. Making our way up into the nightmare tangle of webs will come later, after we test and ensure the safety of the footing.
One more chapter for today.
Chapter 47. The truly disgusting face of the foe. The floor of this particular expanse is quite similar to the last one. The floor of this particular expanse is quite similar to the last one I was in. Long fronds of those spinned weed-like plants that drift and bend with the flow of shadow mana in the air. Spined. Long fronds of those spined weed-like plants that drift and bend with the flow of shadow mana in the air. The stone coral is also present, but the huge strands of web anchoring to the rock dominate the space. The stone coral is also present, but the huge strands of web anchoring to the rock dominate the space. I can detect flickers of mana in just about every direction, monsters huddling away from this new invasion. An interesting point is that I can sense mana flowing through the massive webs. The spiders who made these must be similar to the one that poisoned Tiny. Be careful of the webs, I warn everyone around me. There's shadow mana infused inside. There are a few mages in Vibrant's group, and they busy themselves running over to the nearest web and investigating it, their antennae quivering with eagerness. You watch yourself, I say to Tiny. I don't know if you're immune to the influence of the I don't know if you're immune to that mana or not, but I don't see any reason to take a chance, do you? The big ape looks mad, but he shakes his head with a grimace. The pain of having your insides constantly eaten away seems to have left a lasting impression on him. Since his evolution, I'm pretty sure he would be at the very least resistant to the effects of that mana, but we have absolutely no reason to push our luck. Any chance I can send you on a scouting mission? I ask Chrysalis. No. Fine. I guess we'll just hold here for a moment as we get our bearings. Invidia, let's do some practice. The magical skills grind is never-ending, and today is no exception. Invidia practices his shields, forming barriers out of hardened mana in the air as I blast them with whatever element I happen to be practicing. That, or we engage in mind magic duels, which I almost always lose. I think once I manage to evolve again, I'll be able to have the raw power to keep up with him. If I combine higher stats with sufficient mind magic to create those mental constructs he uses, I might even be able to come out ahead. For now, I work on my fire magic. It's effective against these stupid spiders and their webs, so I want to ensure I'm well practiced with my constructs. The firebolt, fire spear, even the fire domain might come in handy. Oh, you can't hear my playback. Okay. My bad. There we go. Switch to loop back. Can you guys still hear me? This is the last chapter in it for today anyway, so kind of a moot point, but I'm glad you picked it out. Can you guys still hear me? Maybe not. I switched to loop back, but doesn't mean it worked. Okay, good. Domain might come in handy. The fire domain is a little tricky to use, though. My allies and pets aren't affected by the flames of the domain itself, but since it produces such ridiculous amounts of heat, it tends to set everything around it on fire, and those flames can absolutely burn my allies, as Tiny found out. Considering how flammable these spiders have proven to be, the use of the domain might be questionable. 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 To B, the use of the domain. And to B, the use of the domain might be questionable. Considering how flammable these spiders have proven to be, the use of the domain might be questionable. Vibrant, being who she is, doesn't share my patience and decides to lead a group to scout the surrounding area, screaming at me about how she'll just take a quick look. Naturally, she returns 10 minutes later with the severed pieces of a monster gripped in her mandibles. Eldest, look what I found! Did you find it, or did you chase it down and bite it until it questioned its life choices? One of those, yes! The creature itself appears to be some sort of scorpion, hardened carapace, of an inferior sort, in segments that support a powerful-looking tail. When I take a closer look at the barbed point of that tail, I notice an interesting detail. Did this thing Did this thing shoot barbs from its tail? I ask Vibrant. Oh, yeah, they were fast too. I mean, not fast like me, but quick.
Wait, can you not hear
Yeah,
now?
they were fast too. I mean, not fast like me, but quick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They were fast too. I mean, not fast like me, but quick. I thought so. The musculature at the tip is oddly shaped and way too bulky for just stabbing. It's all attached to some sinew, which acts as a launching mechanism. It's all attached to some sinew, which acts as a launching mechanism. The barbs themselves are probably formed deeper in the tail, so there's a ready stock of ammunition. Seeing the claws and tail is bringing up some bad memories for me. If those damn centipedes pop in here, then this expanse is going to experience the full measure of my wrath. Still, this is evidence that there's more than just one type of arachnid. Still, this is evidence that there's more than just one type of arachnid making a home here in this expanse. The eight-legged menace has truly gained a strong foothold in this cursed place. I can tell from the surrounding ants they too are burning with outrage and disgust at the appearance of these wrong things. It's time to go to war! Enough waiting. We'll leave the webs for later. For now, we can sweep around this area and clean up anything we can get our mandibles on. If it has the wrong number of legs, it is to be destroyed without mercy. Come on, guys! Let's get hunting!
Yeah, messengers. It was messengers, and I don't know why. I didn't understand it.
Without further ado, teams of ants, a very excited Vibrant, and my group swarm into the darkness. Acting as coordinated units, the native monsters are unable to put up much resistance before our onslaught. I have fun operating twin flamethrowers and I have fun operating twin flamethrowers and roasting whatever gets in front of me, while Chrysalis performs her dark work and Tiny punches everything to pieces. For his part, Invidia acts as the perfect support mage, shielding and healing whilst unleashing... his potent disruptive capabilities of illusion and bewilderment. The monsters we find are more of the scorpion variety, though we do come across some spiders. Nimble creatures of shadow and death, they constantly try to launch sneak attacks, creeping from the dark with their glistening mandibles ready to puncture our defences. With Chrysalis and Invidia on the lookout, they never had much chance, but when we regroup, it's clear that a few of Vibrant's squad weren't so lucky. Invidia, see what you can do to heal them. Yes, I shall take their suffering. Good stuff. There are already healer ants picking over the wounded, but Invidia has a lot more oomph when it comes to magic. Stupid sneaky spiders, Vibrant complains, jumping out of the shadows like that. She's fussing over the injured as she declares her disgust for the deplorable stealth tactics of the enemies. This is their hunting method. No point complaining about it. We just need to come up with countermeasures. What have we learned? Right. Okay. So, but it says, okay, so he did clarify that you're right, but I still don't understand. Unless you add an S to the end of official. So the sentence is, there didn't seem to be a single guard standing at their post or official running messages who didn't seem as though they were high-level powerhouse. They were a high-level powerhouse with the stats of a top-level delver. So if it said, or officials running messages, that would make sense. Because the way I was thinking of it, who didn't see, or official running messengers, like they're messengers that run and are official. That's what I was trying to figure out. So there didn't seem to be an official running messages. It's just an awkwardly worded sentence, but message runners are saying in military organizations without communication services. What? Well, I just asked him, so he's it looks like he's answering me now. I see. There didn't seem to be a single guard standing at their post or official running messages. Got it. Right. Okay, I get it now. What have we learned?
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot, and I mean a lot of monsters out there. They look like they're trying to give us a run for our money in the numbers department, Eldest. They're dumb, and I like creeping up from behind, which works super good here in the dark, and they can jump down from those webs. The scorpion things are also around, but they're not much trouble. Their barbs are poisoned, though.
Hey, how do you know? I ask.
I'm poisoned right now.
Medic! All right, that's the end of the chapter. The end of the set. Wow. Okay, so let's see how far I am into this book, percentage-wise. I always think of books in percentages. It's just how I do things. 33%. So I've done 11% every day in the past 3 days. All right, guys. Well, thanks so much for coming and hanging out. That is the last cold read of Chrysalis 5. If you want to hear me narrate some more, I'll be in our Discord server. That's the Soundbooth Theater Live Discord server. Let's see if I can just... Is there anybody here that needs that link? Because I can just drop that in here. Just drop that in the chat. There we go. So yeah, you can go there and hang out. I'm going to try and keep this recording schedule. So I'm back at it tomorrow. I'm not taking this weekend off because I'm traveling next week. So I'm going to see if I can do like 15% tomorrow, 15% on Sunday. We'll see what I can do. But it won't be a regular time. I'll be like jumping in when I can. So anyway, you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much once more for coming. Tell people about this stream. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want updates on what Soundbooth Theater is up to, make sure to go sign up for our newsletter or, pick up our app, see what we have for sale independently from Audible. That's the best way to support us, really. And don't forget to try out the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel, which is the full sound effects, music, and reboot version of... did I say and reboot? The full cast, sound effects, and music reboot of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audiobooks. So, yeah, I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. If I see you, I see you. And if not, hopefully I'll see you Monday. And you guys have a good one. Bye-bye.